1970. Fall asleep to hilarious history. A year of questionable choices. By Mark Twain. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. Chapter 1. The Decade of the Hangover. It is a peculiar and recurring vanity of the human race to believe that when a calendar leaf falls away and a new number is hoisted upon the masthead of time, the universe itself has undergone a profound moral renovation. We seem to harbor the delusion that the Almighty keeps a ledger in 10-year increments, and that upon the stroke of midnight on the 1st of January, the previous decade's sins are bundled up like soiled linen and sent to a cosmic laundry, leaving us with a fresh bleached sheet upon which to scribble a new set of errors. Thus, we arrived at 1970. The 60s, a decade conducted with all the sobriety of a riverboat pilot who had discovered the key to the captain's private whiskey locker and decided that riverbanks were merely suggestions, had finally staggered off the stage. It left behind a lingering scent of patchouli, several million crates of unsold tie-dyed undershirts, and a collection of social debts that were beginning to come due with the persistence of a tax collector in a fever dream. If the 1960s were a grand hallucinogenic party where everyone convinced themselves they could fly, then 1970 was the cold, gray Tuesday morning afterward, characterized by a throbbing headache, a profound sense of what on earth was I thinking, and the sudden, terrifying realization that one is still wearing a headband made of daisies while standing in a line at the unemployment office. The arbitrary tyranny of the zero. There is no reason, in the natural order of things, for the year 1970 to feel any different from 1969. The sun does not rise with a different hue. The birds do not suddenly start whistling Auld Lang Syne in a minor key, and the cows in the pasture continue to chew their cud with the same majestic indifference to human chronology. Yet man is a creature of the box. He loves to sort his history into neat little pigeonholes. We looked back at the 60s, a period of such convulsive upheaval that it seemed as though the very tectonic plates of civilization were being shuffled by a bored giant. And we desperately wanted 1970 to be the year we all sat down, took a deep breath, and perhaps applied a bit of antiseptic to our collective psyche. We wanted the age of Aquarius to stop singing for a moment so we could figure out why the dishwasher was making that clicking sound and whether or not we still had a government. But the universe, as is its habit, had other plans. It looked at our desire for peace and quiet and decided to give us Richard Nixon, synthetic fibers that could survive a nuclear blast, and a war that refused to end with the same stubbornness as a relative who overstays his welcome at Christmas. The architecture of the fool, fashion, in 1970. One cannot discuss the dawn of 1970 without addressing the visual assault that was the human wardrobe. It has often been said that you can judge the mental health of a nation by the width of its lapels, and by that metric, the world in 1970 was in the throes of a full-blown neurological collapse. Man, in his infinite desire to look like a fool while maintaining a straight face, decided that his trousers should begin with the modesty of a drainpipe at the waist, only to erupt into the catastrophic architecture of a circus tent at the ankles. These bell-bottoms served no practical purpose unless one's primary occupation involved hiding a pair of small goats beneath one's legs. They were a triumph of fabric over function, sweeping the streets of every city like a legion of denim-clad janitors. And then there were the fabrics. Science, in its quest to conquer nature, had gifted us with polyester. Here was a material that did not breathe, did not wrinkle, and possessed the texture of a high-grade sandpaper. It was a garment for the man who wished to sweat profusely while remaining as stiff as a board. A man in a 1970s leisure suit was a man who had declared war on the very concept of comfort. He walked through the world encased in a shimmering lime green shell of petroleum byproducts, looking for all the world like a giant, upright lizard that had recently been granted a mortgage. Observation: I have always maintained that if you give a man enough rope, he will hang himself. But if you give him enough polyester and a wide enough collar, he will voluntarily become an object of ridicule for the next 4 generations of his descendants. The political fog, a house divided and subdivided. Politically, the year 1970 was as settled as a bowl of jelly on the back of a galloping horse. Mr. Nixon was in the White House, a man whose public persona suggested he was constantly trying to remember if he had left the stove on at home, or perhaps if he had accidentally authorized a burglary. He spoke of a silent majority, a phrase which implies that the most virtuous citizens are the ones who have nothing to say, a sentiment I have often shared when trapped in a room with a group of enthusiastic reformers. The war in Vietnam continued to loiter in the background like a bad smell that no amount of diplomatic incense could cover. It was a conflict that had the peculiar quality of being hated by nearly everyone involved, yet it persisted through sheer bureaucratic momentum, much like a committee meeting that has forgotten its original purpose but continues to convene because the coffee is free. The youth of the day were still in the streets, though the sparkle of flower power was beginning to wilt around the edges. The idealism of 1967 had been replaced by a more cynical, jagged sort of energy. People were no longer just asking for peace. They were demanding to know why the air tasted like coal smoke and why the rivers were catching fire. The birth of the Environmental Protection Agency in 1970 was the government's way of finally admitting that perhaps it was a bad idea to turn our waterways into a chemical soup. It was a bold step forward, the equivalent of a man deciding to stop hitting himself in the head with a hammer after the 3rd concussion. We realized that the infinite frontier was actually a finite backyard, and it was currently covered in litter and smog. The domestic comedy, Life in the Living Room. Inside the American home, 1970 was the year we fully embraced the electronic hearth. The television set had become the undisputed center of the household, a flickering glass god that demanded our attention for several hours a evening. We watched Gunsmoke and Marcus Welby, M.D., seeking comfort in the idea that problems could be solved with either a 6-shooter or a gentle bedside manner within 60 minutes, including commercials for floor wax. We were a nation in transition, caught between the rugged individualism of our grandfathers and the plastic convenience of our children. Everything was becoming instant. Instant coffee, which tasted like charred wood soaked in rainwater, instant mashed potatoes, which had the consistency of wet plaster, and instant enlightenment, usually sold in paperback form for $1.95. We were in a hurry to get nowhere in particular, and we wanted to arrive there with as little effort as possible. The Great Fatigue. If I were to sum up the spirit of Chapter 1, it would be the Great Fatigue. We were tired. We were tired of the shouting, tired of the marching, and tired of the sheer, relentless eventfulness of the previous decade. We wanted 1970 to be a hammock in the shade, but instead it was a treadmill set too high. We looked at the moon, having finally sent men there the year before, and realized that while it was a very nice achievement, it was also very cold, very dusty, and singularly lacking in decent restaurants. The thrill of the space age was already being eclipsed by the price of a gallon of milk. So, we marched into the new year with our heads held high, our sideburns growing longer by the hour, and our hearts filled with a cautious, skeptical hope. We didn't know where we were going, but we knew we were going there in a car that got 8 miles to the gallon and emitted a cloud of smoke that could be seen from low Earth orbit. 1970 wasn't just a year, it was an admission of guilt. It was the moment we realized that the party was over, the lights were on, and we were the ones who had to clean up the mess. And in true human fashion, we decided to do it while wearing shoes with 4-inch heels and listening to a radio station that played nothing but bubblegum pop and songs about dogs that had run away. It was, in short, the beginning of the end of sanity as we knew it, and we loved every confounded minute of it. Chapter 2. The Beatles File for Divorce. A Fab Four-Way Collision. It has been wisely observed, usually by a man standing safely on the shore while watching someone else's boat sink, that all good things must come to an end. It is a depressing sentiment, and one that mankind clings to with the same grim devotion a miser gives to a counterfeit nickel. However, mankind is rarely satisfied with a good thing simply expiring of old age or exhaustion. No, we prefer to see it dismantled, lit on fire, and then dragged through a courtroom by a legion of men in expensive suits who charge by the syllable. In April of 1970, the world received a piece of news that caused more genuine grief than the collapse of several minor governments. The Beatles were finished. The Mop Tops, the Fab Four, the lads from Liverpool who had spent the better part of a decade convincing every teenager on the planet that all one required for a successful life was a guitar and a questionable haircut, had decided they would rather sue each other than sing together. It was the ultimate divorce. It wasn't just a band breaking up. It was the dissolution of a secular religion. And like all great religious schisms, it didn't happen because of a sudden loss of faith, but because the choir couldn't agree on who owned the organ, and the preacher had started bringing his new girlfriend to the sermons to scream into a microphone. The myth of the four-headed monster. For years, the public had been sold the charming fiction that the Beatles were a single, four-headed organism that lived in a state of perpetual, harmonious whimsy. We imagined them living in a giant yellow submarine, perhaps, or at the very least, sharing a four-sided bunk bed and communicating entirely in clever puns and synchronized headshakes. By 1970, the reality had become considerably more industrial. The four-headed monster had developed 4 very different brains, and each brain was currently occupied with trying to figure out how to get the other 3 to shut up. You had Paul, a man who possessed the terrifying work ethic of a beaver on a deadline. Paul wanted to keep the band together through sheer exhausting willpower. He was the sort of fellow who would organize a picnic in the middle of a hurricane and then become genuinely offended when the potato salad blew away. Then you had John, who had discovered that he was no longer interested in being a Beatle and was far more interested in being a conceptual statement. John had met Yoko Ono, a woman who specialized in the kind of avant-garde art that usually involves sitting in a bag or staring at a turnip until it feels uncomfortable. To the average citizen, this was baffling. To John, it was a revelation. He had traded the screaming fans of Shea Stadium for the quiet, confusing dignity of a white room where people sat around and wondered if silence had a flavor. George, meanwhile, had found God. Specifically, he had found a God who played the sitar and didn't care much for Western pop music. He had grown tired of being the quiet Beatle and was ready to become the very loudly spiritual Beatle, provided he could find enough room on an album for his 20-minute solos about the internal light of the soul. And finally, there was Ringo, poor, patient Ringo. Ringo was the only one who seemed to remember that their job was to hit things with sticks and make people happy. He spent most of 1970 looking like a man who had accidentally walked into the wrong funeral and was trying to find the exit without being noticed. The rooftop swan song, a concert for pigeons. The end didn't come in a burst of glory. It came on a cold rooftop in London in early 1969, though the world didn't quite realize it was the end until the following year. They climbed up there, surrounded by chimneys and bewildered pigeons, to play one last time. It was a magnificent, desperate performance, the musical equivalent of a married couple having one last grand argument before the lawyers arrive. The police eventually showed up to stop the noise, which is the most fitting end possible for the 1960s. The decade of rebellion ended with a British constable politely asking the most famous people on earth to please keep it down because the neighbors couldn't hear their tea kettles whistling. By the time 1970 rolled around, the recordings from that rooftop and the sessions that preceded them were sitting in a vault, gathering dust and resentment. They were eventually released as the album Let It Be, a title that sounds like a philosophical shrug, but was actually a desperate plea for the lawyers to stop calling. The management of madness. If you wish to destroy any human endeavor, be it a marriage, a business, or a world-famous rock band, simply introduce a manager with a complicated contract. The Beatles had lost their original shepherd, Brian Epstein, and in the vacuum he left behind, two rival camps merged. John, George, and Ringo wanted a man named Alan Klein, a tough-talking New Yorker who handled money with the delicacy of a safecracker. Paul, being a man who preferred to keep things in the family, wanted his father-in-law, Lee Eastman. It was a classic setup for a disaster. When three men want one thing and the fourth man wants his wife's father to do it, you do not have a band. You have a lawsuit in a costume. They began to view every penny through a magnifying glass and every lyric as a personal insult. It is a testament to the pettiness of the human spirit that the men who wrote All You Need Is Love eventually required a team of 35 attorneys just to decide who got the royalties from a song about a yellow submarine. The press release heard round the world. The official end came in April, not with a bang, but with a press release. Paul McCartney, perhaps sensing that the ship was already underwater and he might as well be the first one in the lifeboat, issued a self-interview to accompany his solo album. In it, he asked himself questions and answered them with the chilling finality of a judge passing sentence. Do you foresee a time when Lennon-McCartney becomes an active songwriting partnership again? He asked himself. No, he replied. It was the shortest, sharpest knife thrust in the history of music. The world reeled. People wept in the streets. Radio stations played Yesterday on a loop until the DJs themselves began to contemplate a career in silent meditation. It was the moment the 1960s were officially pronounced dead. If the Beatles couldn't get along, what hope was there for the rest of us? If the men who sang about peace and brotherhood were currently calling each other greedy bastards in legal depositions, perhaps the whole love generation thing had been a bit of a stretch. The aftermath, the lawyer's picnic. What followed was a legal circus that lasted for years. They sued each other for dissolution of partnership, a phrase that sounds like something you do to a sugar cube in a cup of hot tea. In reality, it involved a team of accountants going through every hotel bill, every guitar string purchase, and every tax-sheltered investment the band had made since 1962. They were no longer musicians. They were assets. They were no longer friends. They were the plaintiffs and the defendants. TwAIn's observation: there is no sight more pathetic than a group of millionaires arguing over who owns the rights to a song about a magical mystery tour, while their fans, who earn $3 a week, send them letters of sympathy. It is the great irony of fame. We give people everything they ever wanted, and then we watch with fascination as they use that wealth to buy the very best misery money can provide. John Lennon, ever the wit, later remarked that the breakup was just 4 guys who used to be in a band. But it was more than that. It was the realization that even the most beautiful dreams are subject to the laws of accounting. It was a reminder that you can change the world, you can inspire millions, and you can redefine art, but eventually someone is going to ask you for a receipt. A requiem for the mop top. So, as the year 1970 progressed, the 4 individuals went their separate ways. Paul went to his farm in Scotland to grow a beard and record songs about sheep. John went to New York to become a professional revolutionary. George went to the East to find more incense. And Ringo went to the movies to act alongside Peter Sellers. The Beatles were gone, leaving behind a hole in the cultural atmosphere that we have been trying to fill with lesser noises ever since. We learned a valuable lesson that year, that 4 people can create something much larger than themselves, but they cannot live inside it forever. Eventually, the air gets thin, the walls start closing in, and the urge to be just a person becomes stronger than the urge to be a god. We slept that year to the sound of solo albums, some good, some bad, and some that sounded like a cat being introduced to a vacuum cleaner. And we realized that the dream was over. The 1970s had truly begun, and the first thing they had done was take away our favorite toy. It was a cold, hard start to a decade that would only get weirder from there, but at least we still had the records, and at least the lawyers were happy. If there is one thing you can count on in this world, it is that no matter how much the artists suffer, the men in the gray suits will always have a very Merry Christmas. Chapter 3. Apollo 13, The Great Celestial U-Turn. There is a certain brand of lunacy that is peculiar to the human animal, a brand that involves spending several billions of dollars to build a metal firecracker, filling it with the most volatile liquids known to chemistry, and then perching three perfectly sensible men on top of it with the intention of hurling them at a barren, dusty rock some 239,000 miles away. By April of 1970, we had already done this twice with a success that had bordered on the monotonous. The American public, a creature whose attention span is roughly equivalent to that of a startled squirrel, had already grown somewhat bored with the moon. We had seen the grainy footage. We had seen the men hopping about like oversized rabbits in pressurized pajamas. We had seen the flags that didn't flap. To the average citizen sitting in his armchair with a TV dinner, space travel had become as routine as the morning milk delivery. Dangerous, yes, but fundamentally a matter of scheduling. But Providence, as I have often noted, has a wicked sense of humor. It waits until you are leaning back in your chair, basking in the warmth of your own cleverness, before it reaches out and pulls the rug from beneath your feet just to see how well you can tumble. The audacity of the vacuum. The mission was Apollo 13, a number which to any man with a grain of superstition in his marrow ought to have been a signal to stay in bed and pull the covers over his head. But NASA, being an institution of science and logic, does not believe in omens, at least not until the oxygen tanks start behaving like disgruntled employees. The crew, Jim Lovell, Jack Swigert, and Fred Hayes, were launched into the heavens on April 11th. Their goal was the Fra Mauro Highlands, a place of great geological interest to people who enjoy looking at different shades of gray dirt. For 2 days, the mission was so uneventful that the television networks didn't even bother to broadcast the crew's evening show. The world was more interested in the price of beef and the latest fashion in sideburns. Then came the evening of April 13th. Now, in the grand theater of the universe, space is a very quiet place. It is a vacuum, which means there is no air to carry a sound, no wind to whistle, and no neighbor to complain about the noise. However, inside a spacecraft, silence is the most terrifying sound a man can hear, especially when it follows a very loud bang. Swigert, perhaps sensing that the universe had just issued a formal eviction notice, uttered those famous words, "Houston, we've had a problem." It is a masterpiece of understatement. It is the sort of thing a man says when he notices his house is currently being carried away by a tornado, or when he realizes he has accidentally stepped off a very high cliff. It is the polite, professional way of saying, the machinery that keeps us from being instantly turned into human popsicles has decided to cease its functions, and we are currently hurtling through the void in a tin can that is rapidly losing its breath. The lifeboat in the sky. The problem was an oxygen tank that had decided to explode. In an instant, the command module, a sleek, sophisticated piece of engineering named Odyssey, became a dying beast. It was leaking its very lifeblood into the blackness of space. The solution proposed by the geniuses in Houston was a bit like suggesting that a man whose ocean liner is sinking should move into the kitchen pantry and try to sail that to shore. They told the crew to move into the lunar module Aquarius. Now, Aquarius was designed to take 2 men down to the moon's surface for a short stay. It was not designed to keep 3 men alive for 4 days in the freezing vacuum of deep space. It was a flimsy, fragile thing, built of material so thin that a determined thumb could probably have poked a hole through the wall. It was the cosmic equivalent of a pup tent, and it was now the only thing standing between three men and eternity. The mission was no longer about science. It was no longer about the moon. The moon, in fact, was now merely a giant, inconvenient obstacle that they had to swing around like a disgruntled traveler rounding a haystack on a dark road. It was the great celestial U-turn. They had to use the moon's gravity to slingshot themselves back toward Earth, a maneuver that required the kind of precision usually reserved for a watchmaker. Except the watchmaker in this instance was shivering in his shirt sleeves in a dark room 200,000 miles away from his tools. The duct tape doctrine. There is a grand American tradition that suggests there is no problem so great, no catastrophe so dire, and no machinery so broken that it cannot be improved with a generous application of duct tape. As the crew huddled in the freezing Aquarius, they began to choke on their own breath. The filters designed to remove carbon dioxide from the air were square. The holes they needed to fit into were round. It was the ultimate square peg in a round hole conundrum, the sort of thing that keeps philosophers up at night, but which tends to kill astronauts in fairly short order. In Houston, a group of engineers were gathered in a room. They were given a pile of junk: socks, plastic bags, cardboard covers from flight manuals, and, of course, the aforementioned tape. They were told, "Make a filter out of this, or these men are dead." And they did it. TwAIn's observation. It is a humbling thought that the pinnacle of 20th century technology, a project that cost more than the GDP of several small nations, was ultimately saved by a piece of cardboard and some sticky tape. It proves that while man may be a creature of high ideals and lofty ambitions, he is fundamentally a tinkerer who is at his best when he is forced to fix $1 million engine with a hairbrush and a bit of string. The cold, hard reality. For the next few days, the interior of the spacecraft became a meat locker. To save power, they turned off the heaters. The walls were covered in condensation. The food was cold. The water was scarce. The crew sat in the dark, watching the Earth, that beautiful blue marble, get slowly, agonizingly larger. They were tired, they were hungry, and they were miserable. They were experiencing the ultimate "are we there yet" moment in human history. Every time they fired the engine to correct their course, they were betting their lives on the idea that the math performed by a bunch of exhausted men on the ground was correct. In 1970, we didn't have the pocket-sized computers we have today, which can calculate the trajectory of a planet while simultaneously playing a game of digital solitaire. We had slide rules and giant machines that filled entire rooms and had less processing power than a modern-day toaster. To trust your life to such things is a form of faith that would make a medieval monk look like a skeptic. The return of the prodigals. On April 17th, the world held its collective breath. The crew moved back into the command module, discarded the faithful Aquarius, which burnt up in the atmosphere like a used match, and plunged into the sky. For several minutes, there was a communications blackout. This is the period when the friction of the atmosphere turns the air around the capsule into a literal furnace. It is the moment when the universe tries one last time to incinerate the travelers before they can reach the safety of the parlor. The silence stretched on. It lasted longer than it was supposed to. In the mission control room, men who had not slept in 4 days stared at their screens with the intensity of hawks. Then a voice crackled over the radio. They were alive. The parachutes bloomed over the Pacific like three giant striped flowers. The failure was complete. The irony of success. NASA later called Apollo 13 a successful failure. This is a bit like calling a train wreck a spectacularly educational journey. But in this case, the description fits. We didn't get any new rocks. We didn't set any speed records. We didn't plant any flags. What we did was prove that the human spirit is a remarkably stubborn thing. We proved that when everything goes wrong, when the lights go out, and when the air runs thin, we are capable of improvising a miracle out of the trash. In the year 1970, a year characterized by a deepening cynicism and a sense that the world was coming apart at the seams, Apollo 13 provided a brief, shining moment of unity. For a few days, it didn't matter what your politics were, what color your skin was, or whether your trousers were wide or narrow. Everyone was looking up, hoping that three men in a cold, dark box would find their way home. It was a reminder that while we may be small and the universe may be vast and indifferent, we are a species that refuses to go quietly. We will continue to build our firecrackers, we will continue to aim for the moon, and if the tank explodes halfway there, we will simply fix it with duct tape and keep going. 1970 had its share of disasters. But in the great celestial U-turn, we found a reason to believe that perhaps, just perhaps, mankind wasn't quite as hopeless as he appeared to be in the morning newspapers. Of course, once they were safely back on the ground, we immediately went back to arguing about the price of beef and the length of our sideburns. But for 1 week in April, we were all astronauts, shivering in the dark and looking for the way home. Chapter 4. The AMC Gremlin, a monument to half measures. It has been said that brevity is the soul of wit. But in the spring of 1970, the American Motors Corporation decided to test whether brevity could also be the soul of a subcompact automobile. The result was the AMC Gremlin, a vehicle that appeared to have been designed by a man who had mastered the art of starting a project with great enthusiasm, only to be called away to dinner precisely when he reached the rear axle. To understand the Gremlin, one must first understand the peculiar desperation of the American auto industry at the dawn of the 70s. For decades, the American dream was measured in linear feet of chrome and the sheer acreage of a hood that could double as a landing strip for a small aircraft. But then came the 1960s, and with them a curious infestation of small, sensible, and, heaven forbid, reliable vehicles from overseas. The Volkswagen Beetle had crawled onto our shores like a persistent metal ladybug, and the Japanese were beginning to send over machines that didn't require a dedicated team of theologians to explain why they wouldn't start in the rain. Detroit and its smaller, more eccentric cousin in Kenosha, Wisconsin, realized they had to respond. They had to think small. This was a terrifying prospect for a man used to designing cars that required their own zip codes. It was like asking a cathedral architect to design a doghouse. The instincts are all wrong, and the result is bound to have a steeple where the water bowl should be. The April Fool's Miracle. The Gremlin was unleashed upon the public on April 1st, 1970. I have often remarked that the calendar is the greatest satirist of all, and the choice of April Fool's Day for the debut of the Gremlin is a stroke of genius that no professional humorist could hope to improve upon. It was as if the American Motors Corporation was winking at the entire nation, saying, "We've built this, and if you actually buy it, the joke is on you." The legend of its creation is as tragic as the car's silhouette. It is said that Dick Teague, the lead designer, sketched the original concept on the back of an air sickness bag while flying. While I cannot verify the state of Mr. Teague's stomach at the time, the finished product certainly suggests a design process born of a sudden and violent internal upheaval. It was, quite literally, an AMC Hornet, a perfectly respectable if uninspired sedan, with the back half chopped off with a meat cleaver. It had the long, proud snout of a much larger car and the truncated vertical rear of a shed that had been backed into by a freight train. It was an automotive centaur, but instead of the torso of a man and the body of a horse, it was the front of a car and the back of a question mark. A name that tempts fate. In the annals of marketing, there is a fine line between charming whimsy and calculated self-sabotage. To name a car the Gremlin is to walk past that line, set it on fire, and dance in the ashes. Historically, a gremlin is a mythical creature whose sole purpose in existence is to cause inexplicable mechanical failures in aircraft. During the Great War, pilots blamed gremlins when the engine sputtered or the landing gear jammed. To bestow such a name upon a mass-produced consumer vehicle is an act of such staggering honesty that it borders on the miraculous. It is like naming a brand of life jackets the Anchor, or a line of fireproof safes the Kindling. It was an admission of guilt before the crime had even been committed. By buying a Gremlin, you were acknowledging that you expected the machine to be inhabited by a small, malicious spirit intent on unscrewing your bolts while you slept. And yet, the American public, a group of people who would buy a brick if you painted it a trendy shade of big bad orange, flocked to it. The aesthetics of the abrupt. The Gremlin did not possess lines so much as it possessed sudden endings. To look at it from the side was to experience a profound sense of narrative disappointment. The front end promised a grand journey, a sweeping epic of the open road, and then, just as the plot was thickening, the car simply stopped. The rear window didn't so much open as it offered a glimpse into a cargo area that could comfortably hold a single loaf of bread and perhaps a very small, very depressed dog. If you opted for the rear seat, you were essentially volunteering to be transported in a padded jewelry box. It was a car for people who had no friends, or for people who wished to ensure they never had any friends again. But what it lacked in proportion, it made up for in character, which is the word we use for things that are too ugly to be called distinctive. It was available in colors that suggested the AMC paint department was being managed by a team of hyperactive toddlers: Gremlin purple, wild plum, and mellow yellow. It was a car that didn't just drive down the street, it shouted at it. Mechanical malice. Under the hood, the Gremlin was a paradox. Because it was essentially a Hornet that had been pruned, it carried a heavy six-cylinder engine in a frame that was roughly the size of a roller skate. This gave it a certain amount of get up and go, provided that where you wanted to go was in a straight line. Attempting to turn a corner in a Gremlin was an exercise in faith. The car was notoriously nose-heavy, meaning that when you turned the steering wheel, The front of the car would consider the suggestion for a moment, while the back of the car, which weighed approximately as much as a feather duster, would attempt to overtake the driver. Furthermore, the Gremlin featured vacuum-operated windshield wipers. For the uninitiated, this means that the speed of your wipers was inversely proportional to how hard the engine was working. If you were idling at a red light in a downpour, your wipers would thrash about with the frantic energy of a drowning man. However, the moment you stepped on the gas to merge onto the highway, precisely when you needed to see where you were going, the wipers would slow down to a leisurely, contemplative crawl, as if they were pausing to admire the scenery. TwAIn's observation: there is no greater test of a man's character than to be hurtling down a rain-slicked turnpike at 60 miles an hour while his windshield wipers decide to take a nap. It is in those moments that one truly communes with the Gremlin. You realize that you are not the master of the machine, but merely a passenger in a mobile prank. The subcompact arms race. The Gremlin was not alone in its folly. 1970 also gave us the Ford Pinto, a car that would later become famous for its tendency to turn into a Roman candle upon being tapped on the shoulder by a following vehicle, and the Chevrolet Vega, a car whose engine was made of an aluminum alloy that seemed to have the structural integrity of a wet cracker. But the Gremlin was the first. It was the pioneer of the bad American small car. It proved that we could be just as mediocre as the Europeans, but with much more interesting paint jobs. It was a response to the Think Small campaign of Volkswagen, but the American version was Think Small, but keep the big engine and just saw off the trunk. It was a car for the everyman who couldn't afford a real car, or for the college student whose parents wanted to ensure their child never ever had a date. It was cheap, it was loud, and it was undeniably American in its refusal to admit that it looked ridiculous. The legacy of the truncated. We look back at the Gremlin now with a sort of horrified affection. It represents a time when we weren't afraid to be wrong, and 1970 was a year where we were wrong quite a lot. We were wrong about the war. We were wrong about the fashion, and we were spectacularly wrong about the rear-end styling of hatchbacks. Yet, there is something honest about the Gremlin. It didn't pretend to be a limousine. It didn't pretend to be a sports car. It was a Gremlin. It lived up to its name. It leaked, it rattled, it looked like a motorized doorstop, and it survived in production for 8 years, which is roughly 7.5 years longer than anyone expected. It was the automotive embodiment of the year 1970. A bit confused, somewhat misshapen, louder than necessary, and harboring a secret desire to just stop halfway through and see if anyone noticed. As you drift off to sleep, picture a long line of AMC Gremlins, painted in electric blue and margarita green, bouncing down a potholed highway in 1970. Their wipers are moving slowly, their engines are humming with unearned confidence, and their drivers are sitting tall, proud to be piloting half a car into a whole new decade. It was a glorious, hideous spectacle, and it was exactly what we deserved. Chapter 5. The Birth of the EPA. Uncle Sam discovers the Earth is not a trash can. It is a grand and venerable tradition of the human race to treat the planet with the same reckless abandon a rowdy traveling circus treats a rented meadow. For most of our history, we have operated under the comfortable delusion that the Earth is an infinite, self-cleaning pantry, a place where one can dump his coal ash, his chemical leftovers, and his worn-out boots with the absolute certainty that nature will eventually tuck them away into some cosmic cupboard and say no more about it. By the year 1970, however, nature had finally decided to stop being a polite hostess and had begun to openly revolt. The great outdoors, which our poets had spent centuries praising for its pristine majesty, had begun to smell less like pine needles and more like a chemistry set that had been left out in the rain. We had reached a point where the environment wasn't just something you looked at. It was something that looked back at you with a jaundiced eye and a persistent cough. The result of this realization was the birth of the Environmental Protection Agency, or the EPA, a rare moment in history where the United States government looked at a problem and decided that, rather than ignoring it or taxing it, they would create a giant, multifaceted bureaucracy to sit on top of it. The river that went up in smoke. If there was a single moment that convinced the American public that perhaps the progress of industry had gone a bit too far, it was when the Cuyahoga River in Cleveland, Ohio, decided to catch fire. Now, I have seen a great many things in my travels. I have seen the Mississippi in a flood, the Missouri in a drought, and the Atlantic in a temper. But I have always operated under the fundamental assumption that water and fire were, by their very natures, on opposite sides of the social register. Water is supposed to be the thing you throw on a fire to make it stop. It is not supposed to be the fuel that keeps it going. Yet, in June of 1969, the smoke of which lingered well into the planning of 1970, the Cuyahoga River was so choked with oil, grease, and various unpronounceable industrial syrups that it didn't just flow, it burned. It was a river that required a fire department rather than a fishing license. When the news reached the rest of the country, it sparked a peculiar kind of national panic. It is one thing to be told the air is a bit thick, but it is quite another to realize that if you fall out of your rowboat, you might not drown, but instead spontaneously combust. It was a sign from the heavens, or at least from the drainage pipes, that the good old days of dumping anything and everything into the nearest creek were coming to a very smoky conclusion. Richard Nixon, the unlikely gardener. The creation of the EPA was made official by an executive order from President Richard Nixon. History, as I have often noted, is a wag. To imagine Richard Nixon, a man whose natural habitat was a smoke-filled room and whose idea of a brisk walk was a determined stride toward a microphone. As a patron saint of the snail darter and the red-cockaded woodpecker is a stretch for even the most flexible imagination. Mr. Nixon was not, by any account, a tree hugger. I suspect he viewed a tree primarily as a potential source of lumber, or at the very least, a place where a political opponent might hide. But he was a man who could read the writing on the wall, even when that wall was obscured by a thick layer of industrial soot. The public was angry. They were tired of their laundry coming off the line grayer than it went on. They were tired of their children's milk tasting like a refinery. And they were tired of the smog in Los Angeles, which had become so dense that people were beginning to use it as a building material. Nixon, in a fit of political pragmatism that would have made a riverboat gambler proud, decided to get ahead of the parade. On December 2, 1970, the EPA was born. It was a consolidation of various scattered offices. The people who watched the air, the people who watched the water, and the people who tried to figure out why the pesticides were making the birds act so peculiar, all brought under one roof. It was the government's way of saying, we have no idea how to fix the earth, but we have a very impressive organizational chart. The architecture of the bureaucracy. The EPA began its life with the daunting task of cleaning up a century's worth of industrial enthusiasm. It was a bit like asking a single man with a broom to tidy up after a riot involving 10,000 elephants. Suddenly, there were standards, there were regulations, there were permits. For the first time, a factory owner could no longer simply point a pipe at the horizon and let fly with whatever neon-colored sludge he had produced that day. He now had to fill out a form. And if there is one thing that can stop an American industrialist in his tracks faster than a labor strike, it is a 4-page government form with no clear instructions. The EPA became the Green Police, a collection of scientists and lawyers dedicated to the proposition that a river should be composed primarily of water, and that the sky should, on occasion, be blue. It was a radical idea for 1970. Of course, the industry didn't take this sitting down. They cried that the economy would collapse, that the light bulbs would go out, and that we would all be forced to return to a state of nature, where we lived in caves and wore nothing but moss. They argued that pollution was merely the smell of prosperity. It is a charming sentiment, provided you are not the one who has to breathe the prosperity. The first Earth Day, a rehearsal for sanity. Just before the EPA was officially minted, the spring of 1970 gave us the very first Earth Day. It was a massive nationwide event that involved millions of people gathering to express their sudden and profound affection for dirt. It was a variegated spectacle. You had college students burying internal combustion engines in the ground. You had housewives collecting glass bottles as if they were holy relics. And you had politicians making speeches about our fragile spaceship Earth, while secretly wondering if they could get a campaign contribution from the nearest coal mine. It was a day of high ideals and questionable fashion. Thousands of people wore green armbands and sat on the grass to listen to folk singers wail about the death of the whale. It was the moment that ecology, a word previously reserved for people who wore corduroy jackets and studied the mating habits of moss, became a household term. TwAIn's observation, there is nothing like a well-organized protest to make a man feel as though he has accomplished something profound without actually having to miss lunch. We spent the day being very concerned about the environment, and then we all got into our 8-cylinder cars, which leaked oil like a sieve, and drove home to eat a steak that had been wrapped in 3 layers of non-biodegradable plastic. It was a magnificent start. The Great Smog of Despair. In 1970, the air in our major cities was not so much an atmosphere as it was a solid object. In New York and Los Angeles, breathing was considered a contact sport. On a particularly bad day, you didn't just inhale the air, you chewed it. The EPA's first major act was the Clean Air Act of 1970. This legislation was intended to remind the American automobile that it was a guest in our lungs and should behave accordingly. It mandated that cars should emit something other than a thick black cloud of lead-poisoned disappointment. This led to the invention of the catalytic converter, a device that lived under the car and allegedly turned the poisonous fumes into something resembling a spring breeze. In reality, it mostly made the cars more expensive, less powerful, and prone to smelling like rotten eggs if you drove them up a steep hill. But it was progress. We were now poisoning ourselves with a much more sophisticated and expensive set of chemicals. A legacy of grudging cleanliness. As the year 1970 drew to a close, the EPA was firmly entrenched in the American landscape. We had begun the long, slow process of scrubbing the soot off our windows and trying to convince the rivers to stop burning. It was a turning point. We had finally admitted that we couldn't just keep moving west to find a fresh start, because we had eventually run into the Pacific Ocean and found that it, too, was starting to look a bit cluttered. We were a nation that had outgrown its own mess, and we were finally forced to hire a maid. The EPA didn't solve everything, of course. It just moved the arguments from the riverbanks into the courtrooms. But it gave us hope. It gave us the idea that perhaps if we were very careful and filled out enough paperwork, our grandchildren might one day be able to see the stars through the sky instead of through a haze of industrial exhaust. So, as you settle into your pillows, breathe in the air of the modern world. It may still have its flaws, and it may still carry the faint scent of a nearby highway, but at least it isn't on fire. And for that, we can thank the weary bureaucrats of 1970, who looked at a burning river and decided that perhaps, just perhaps, that wasn't the way a civilized society ought to conduct its plumbing. Sleep well, knowing that Uncle Sam is watching the smoke, and he has a very large, very complicated form for anyone who tries to start another fire in the water. Chapter 6. The Floppy Disk, a Shingle for the Digital Roof. It has been the enduring struggle of mankind since the first caveman scratched a crude representation of a bison on a wall to find a way to remember things without actually having to use his brain. Memory is a fickle servant. It tends to disappear precisely when you are trying to remember the name of your third cousin or where you buried the family silver. Consequently, we have spent several millennia inventing increasingly complicated ways to outsource our thinking to inanimate objects. We started with stone, which was durable but remarkably heavy to carry in one's waistcoat pocket. We moved to papyrus, which was lighter, but tended to be eaten by goats. Then came paper, a fine invention, provided you didn't spill your inkwell or live in a house that was prone to catching fire. By the year 1970, however, we had decided that physical writing was far too efficient and easy to understand. We wanted something that required a team of electrical engineers and a power grid to decipher. Thus, IBM, the International Business Machines Corporation, a name that carries all the whimsical charm of a probate court, gifted the world with the 8-inch floppy disk. The era of the paper lace before the disk. To appreciate the floppy disk, one must understand the state of computing in the years prior. Before 1970, if you wished to tell a computer to do something, such as calculate the trajectory of a rocket, or, more likely, determine how much the government owed in back taxes, you did so using punch cards. A punch card was a stiff piece of paper with holes poked in it. It looked very much like a lace doily designed by a man who hated aesthetics. To program a computer, you needed thousands of these cards. If you were a scientist at a prestigious university, You would walk across the campus carrying a tray of 10,000 cards, knowing that if you tripped over a stray pebble, your life's work would be scattered to the four winds like confetti at a wedding for the mathematically insane. The computer would read these holes and, through a process involving vacuum tubes and the grace of the Almighty, produce an answer. It was a slow, dignified, and utterly preposterous way to conduct business. The floppy disk was intended to replace this madness with a new kind of madness, one involving magnets. The architecture of the floppy. When the first diskettes arrived in 1970, they were 8 inches square. For those of you who have grown accustomed to the modern thumb drive, a device the size of a fingernail that can store the entire literary output of the human race, it is difficult to convey the sheer, majestic scale of the original floppy. An 8-inch disk was roughly the size of a dinner plate, though considerably less useful for holding a steak. It was a thin, flexible sliver of magnetic film encased in a plastic sleeve. It was called floppy because if you held it by the corner and shook it, it wavered with the pathetic indecision of a damp lettuce leaf. There is something fundamentally un-American about a tool that is floppy. We like our tools to be rigid, sturdy, and capable of being used as a blunt instrument in a tavern brawl. To entrust your most valuable data to a piece of plastic that had the structural integrity of a pancake was an act of profound faith. TwAIn's observation: mankind is the only creature that will take a perfectly good piece of information, turn it into an invisible magnetic ghost, and then trap it inside a flimsy piece of toast, hoping that the ghost doesn't decide to vanish because someone nearby decided to use an electric pencil sharpener. The magnetic magic and malice. The magic of the floppy disk resided in its magnetic coating. In 1970, we were told that this was the pinnacle of human achievement. We were told that we could write onto the disk using a drive, which was a machine that hummed and whirred like a disturbed hornet's nest. The trouble with magnetic storage, however, is that it is allergic to nearly everything in the physical world. A floppy disk could be destroyed by a magnet. Obviously, if you put a souvenir magnet from Niagara Falls on your desk, your data was instantly sent to the great beyond. Heat. If you left your disk in the sun for 5 minutes, it would warp into the shape of a potato chip, rendering your files as readable as a bowl of alphabet soup. Dust. A single speck of dust on the magnetic surface was the equivalent of a boulder on a railroad track. It would cause the reed head to crash, resulting in a sound that resembled a cat being put through a wood chipper. Human touch. We were warned, under penalty of death, never to touch the exposed brown circle in the center of the disk. The oils from a human finger were apparently more corrosive than battery acid to the delicate sensibilities of the IBM 3740. We lived in a state of constant low-grade terror. We treated our disks with more reverence than we treated our family Bibles. We kept them in sleeves, we stored them in caddies, and we prayed to the gods of electromagnetism every time we inserted them into the drive. The gigantic storage of nothing. And what, you may ask, did we store on these 8-inch behemoths? In 1970, the first floppy disks were read-only. They were used to boot the computer, essentially to tell the machine that it was, in fact, a computer and that it should start doing its job. Eventually, we gained the ability to write our own data to them. The capacity of an early floppy disk was roughly 80 kilobytes. To put that in perspective, a single digital photograph taken today would require approximately 75 of those original discs to store. If you wanted to save a high-definition movie in 1970, you would have needed a stack of floppy disks that reached halfway to the moon, and you would have needed a team of oxen to haul them from the store. But at the time, 80 kilobytes felt like the Library of Alexandria. We felt like giants. We could save a list of names. We could save a column of numbers. We could save a very short, very poorly spelled letter to our aunt. We were so enamored with the process of digital storage that we didn't stop to notice that we didn't actually have anything important to store. It was the birth of the digital hoarder, the man who spends 3 hours backing up a document that contains nothing but his grocery list and a recipe for clam chowder. The sound of progress. One cannot discuss the floppy disk without mentioning the sound. A modern computer is a silent, brooding thing. A 1970s computer with a floppy drive was a musical instrument of the most discordant variety. When you inserted the disk and closed the latch, a satisfying clunk that made you feel like you were locking a vault, the drive would begin to spin. Then came the seeking noise. Click, whir, clack, clack, beep. It sounded like a robotic woodpecker trying to find a worm inside a sheet metal tree. If the sound continued for too long, you knew you were in trouble. It meant the computer was looking for a piece of data that the magnetic ghost had decided to take on vacation. You would sit there, staring at the blinking light, sweating in your polyester shirt, hoping against hope that the clack-clack would turn into a triumphant ding. Usually it just ended in a system error, which is the computer's way of saying, I have forgotten everything, and it is entirely your fault. The legacy of the square. The 8-inch floppy disk didn't stay 8 inches for long. By the mid-70s, it had shrunk to 5.25 inches, and by the 80s, it had become the 3.5-inch stiff disk that wasn't actually floppy at all. But the 1970 original was the pioneer. It was the first step toward a world where physicality was optional. It changed the way we thought about information. Before the floppy, information was something you could hold, something you could smell, and something you could burn in a fireplace if you disagreed with it. After 1970, information became a series of invisible pulses on a spinning shingle. A final thought. We have become a race of people who trust our history to shadows. We no longer carve our names in stone, we write them on magnets. And while the floppy disk of 1970 is now a relic, an object found only in museums or the basements of men who refuse to throw anything away, it reminds us of a simpler time, a time when high technology meant a piece of plastic that you had to be careful not to sit on, and when the future looked like an 8-inch square of brown film. Sleep well, knowing that your personal history is now stored in the cloud, a place that is even more ethereal and confusing than a floppy disk. But at least you don't have to worry about the dust or the magnets or the oily fingers of a curious child. Or so they tell us. Personally, I'm keeping my stone tablets in the cellar just in case the magnets decide to go on strike. Chapter 7. Earth Day, the first great cleaning of the universal parlor. It is a characteristic of the human race that we are never so enthusiastic about a thing as when we have nearly succeeded in destroying it. We treat our virtues like our umbrellas. We only remember where we put them when it starts to rain. For several centuries, mankind had treated the North American continent with the same casual disregard a boy treats a rented bicycle. We rode it over the rocks, we left it out in the dew, and we never once thought to oil the chain. We operated under the grand gilded delusion that the earth was a bottomless pantry and a convenient, self-emptying trash bin. But by the spring of 1970, the pantry was starting to smell of expired chemicals, and the bin was overflowing into the parlor. The sky, which had once been a pristine blue canopy, was now a variegated shade of industrial gray, and the rivers were thick enough to support the weight of a wandering cow. Consequently, on April 22, 1970, the United States decided to hold its very first Earth Day. It was a day intended to show our sudden, profound, and somewhat suspicious affection for the dirt we had been treading upon since the Mayflower dropped anchor and our ancestors stepped off to see what they could shoot or chop down first. The apostle of the grass, Senator Gaylord Nelson. The architect of this grand epiphany was a gentleman named Gaylord Nelson, a senator from Wisconsin. Now, Wisconsin is a place that understands the value of a good pasture, and Senator Nelson had grown tired of seeing the nation's wilderness turned into a collection of neon-lit parking lots and burning drainage ditches. He had observed the anti-war teach-ins that were currently all the rage on college campuses, gatherings where young people sat on the grass to discuss how much they disliked the government. And he had a stroke of genius. He decided to hold a teach-in for the planet. He figured that if he could get 20 million Americans to stop shouting at each other about politics for 24 hours and start shouting at each other about the disappearing ozone layer, we might actually accomplish something. It was a bold gamble. To get the American public to care about something as abstract as ecology was like trying to teach a cat to perform a sonata on the piano. The interest simply wasn't there, and the subject was likely to end in a scratch. But the timing was perfect. We were a nation that was tired of the city, tired of the smog, and increasingly suspicious that the progress of the future was just a clever way of saying, we've run out of fresh air. The logistics of virtue. On that first Earth Day, some 20 million people participated. To give you an idea of the scale of this undertaking, that is roughly 10% of the population of the United States at the time. It remains to this day the largest single-day secular protest in human history. It was a magnificent, chaotic, and utterly contradictory spectacle. You had Republicans and Democrats walking side by side, a sight as rare and unsettling as a wolf and a sheep sharing a park bench. You had labor unions marching with college professors and housewives standing next to hippies who hadn't seen a bar of soap since the Johnson administration. The activities were as varied as the participants. In New York City, the mayor, a man named Lindsay, ordered Fifth Avenue to be closed to automobiles for 2 hours. For 2 glorious hours, the most expensive street in the world was inhabited by nothing but pedestrians and the occasional bewildered pigeon. People marveled at the silence. They looked up and noticed that there were, in fact, buildings on either side of the road, and that the air didn't taste entirely like a bus exhaust pipe. TwAIn's observation: there is nothing so refreshing as a New Yorker who has been deprived of his right to be run over by a taxi. They wandered the streets with a dazed expression, as if they had accidentally been transported to a better world where the horn honking had been replaced by the sound of their own footsteps. It was a miracle that lasted exactly until the barricades were moved and the internal combustion engine returned to reclaim its kingdom. The burial of the demon. One of the more peculiar rituals of that first Earth Day involved the literal burial of automobiles. At various universities, students who were presumably studying something other than economics gathered to conduct funerals for the internal combustion engine. They would dig a large hole in the campus quad, tow a perfectly functional, if somewhat smog-prone, sedan to the edge, and push it in. They would then cover it with dirt, make speeches about the death of the gasoline era, and sing songs about the coming of the bicycle. Now, as a man who has always appreciated the value of a good piece of machinery, this struck me as a bit of theater that was more drama than logic. To bury a car to protest pollution is a bit like burning your shoes to protest the existence of mud. You made a grand statement, but you're still going to have to walk home, and the ground is still going to be wet. Furthermore, I couldn't help but wonder about the fluids inside the buried car. We were protesting the pollution of the earth by burying a tank of oil and a lead-acid battery in the middle of a campus. It was an act of profound symbolic beauty and catastrophic environmental irony, the very specialty of the human race. The paradox of the poster. The primary weapon of the Earth Day protester was the poster. Millions of posters were created featuring drawings of the sun, the trees, and various animals that were looking particularly depressed. These posters were carried through the streets, waved at the cameras, and pinned to every available surface. However, as the sun began to set on the first Earth Day, a secondary phenomenon occurred: the Great Paper Drift. 20 million people had gathered to save the earth from litter, and in doing so, they had created enough handbills, flyers, and discarded sandwich wrappers to cover the state of Rhode Island in a 3-inch layer of commemorative trash. We spent the morning praising the lilies of the field and the afternoon burying them under a mountain of Save the Planet pamphlets. It is the eternal tragedy of the reformer. We want to save the world, but we find it terribly difficult to do so without making a bit of a mess in the process. The birth of the green language. Before 1970, the word green was merely a color, the color of grass, of envy, and of the money we were using to pave over the grass. After Earth Day, green became a moral imperative. Suddenly, we were talking about biodegradability, a word that has 7 syllables and implies that if you wait long enough, your trash will simply decide to stop being trash and become a part of the landscape again. We were talking about sustainability, which is the radical idea that we shouldn't eat all the seed corn today if we want to have bread tomorrow. We were introduced to the ecology movement, which taught us that everything is connected. If you dump a bucket of paint in a stream in Pennsylvania, the fish in the Atlantic will eventually have a very colorful, if brief, existence. It was a revelation that made everyone feel simultaneously very important and very guilty. We realized that our every action, from the way we heated our homes to the way we brushed our teeth, was a direct assault on the well-being of a polar bear 3,000 miles away. A legacy of grudging progress. What did that first Earth Day actually accomplish, besides a great deal of walking and some very creative burials? In the short term, It terrified the politicians. When 20 million people suddenly decide they like birds more than they like refineries, the men in Washington pay attention. It paved the way for the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, and the aforementioned EPA. It forced the giants of industry to at least pretend they cared about the smoke coming out of their chimneys. But more importantly, it changed the way we looked at our home. We stopped thinking of the earth as a conquest and started thinking of it as a responsibility. We realized that the frontier was closed and that we were all trapped on this blue marble, together with no exit and a limited supply of oxygen. Final thought. We have continued to celebrate Earth Day every year since. We still carry our posters, we still make our speeches, and we still, on occasion, buy a car that runs on something other than the crushed hopes of the dinosaurs. We haven't quite saved the planet yet, but we've at least stopped ignoring the fact that it needs saving. As you drift into your dreams tonight, imagine that first Earth Day in 1970. Picture the sun shining on a carless Fifth Avenue, the students singing on the grass, and the silent, dignified trees wondering why all these people have suddenly started hugging them. It was a day of hope, a day of irony, and a day when mankind finally admitted that he was a terrible tenant. But he was hoping to do better with the security deposit. Sleep well and try not to dream of buried gremlins. The earth has enough on its mind without us adding automotive nightmares to the mix. Chapter 8. The Concorde. Outrunning the Sun. To save 20 minutes. If there is one thing that mankind finds more intolerable than his own company, it is the time it takes to get away from it. From the moment the first nomad realized that walking was a tedious way to cross a desert and decided to irritate a camel into carrying him, we have been obsessed with the idea of haste. We have spent 6,000 years trying to invent a way to be somewhere else, and preferably to arrive there 5 minutes before we actually started. In the 19th century, we thought we had reached the pinnacle of velocity with the steam locomotive. We marveled at the idea of hurtling across the landscape at 30 miles an hour, a speed so unnatural that many learned physicians feared it would cause a woman's soul to become detached from her body, or at the very least, result in a permanent state of ruffled hair. But by March of 1970, the British and the French, two nations that can rarely agree on the proper way to cook a potato, joined forces to unleash a machine that made the steam engine look like a paralyzed snail. They gave us the Concorde, the world's first supersonic passenger jet. It was a needle of aluminum and audacity, designed to pierce the sky at twice the speed of sound. It was a machine intended for the man who is in such a desperate hurry to get to London that he is willing to leave his eardrums in New York. The architecture of the needle. To look upon the Concorde in 1970 was to see the future as it had been imagined by a particularly aggressive sculptor. It did not look like a traditional airplane. It looked like a giant, prehistoric bird that had been flattened by a steamroller and then sharpened to a lethal point. Its most distinctive feature was its droop snoot. Because the plane was so long and pointed, the pilots couldn't see the runway when they were trying to land, a minor detail that most passengers prefer their pilots to have handled. To solve this, the engineers designed the nose of the plane to hinge downward during takeoff and landing. It was a magnificent piece of engineering that gave the aircraft the appearance of a giant metal mosquito, sniffing the ground for a suitable vein. When it was in flight, however, the nose would snap back into place, and the plane would become a perfectly straight, shimmering line of defiance aimed at the horizon. The sonic boom, the universe's way of saying hush. In March of 1970, the Concorde achieved its first supersonic flight, breaking the sound barrier with a flourish of Gallic pride and British reserve. Now, breaking the sound barrier is not a quiet affair. When an object travels faster than the vibrations of the air can move out of its way, it creates a sonic boom. It is the sound of the atmosphere being shoved aside by a giant metal bully. To those on the ground, it sounds like a cannon being fired in one's hallway. The engineers promised that the boom would be a minor inconvenience, the sort of thing a person might mistake for a distant thunderclap or a neighbor dropping a heavy book. In reality, it was the sort of noise that caused windows to shatter, cows to stop giving milk, and nervous dogs to relocate to the next county. TwAIn's observation: there is something profoundly human about spending £100 million to build a plane that can cross the Atlantic in 3 hours, only to find that you cannot fly it over any inhabited land, because the noise causes the common folk to think the day of judgment has finally arrived. It is a triumph of technology over neighborliness. We built a chariot of the gods, but we were informed that the gods are not allowed to make a racket over New Jersey. The luxury of the tin can. One might imagine that a plane capable of such miraculous speeds would be a palace of comfort, a flying hotel with grand ballrooms and velvet-lined cabins. In truth, the interior of the Concorde was roughly the size of a very expensive drain pipe, because the plane had to be as thin as possible to slice through the air. The cabin was cramped, the seats were narrow, and the windows were the size of a pocket watch. But mankind is a creature of status. If you tell a man he can get to Paris in half the time it takes everyone else, he will happily sit in a broom closet for the duration of the trip, provided you charge him 4 times the normal fare and give him a glass of vintage champagne. The Concorde was not about comfort, it was about arrival. It was for the international set, the people who are so important that their presence is required in 2 different time zones simultaneously. The paradox of the sun. The most poetic and utterly ridiculous feature of the Concorde was its ability to outrun the sun. Because the plane traveled faster than the rotation of the Earth, a passenger could leave London at 6 p.m., fly west, and arrive in New York at 4 p.m. on the same day. It was a literal form of time travel. You could finish your dinner in London, board the plane, and arrive in New York just in time for a very early lunch. While this sounds like a miracle, it presents a profound problem for the human digestive system. A man's soul may be able to travel at Mach 2, but his stomach remains firmly rooted in the local time zone. To arrive in a new city 2 hours before you left the old one is to invite a state of neurological confusion that no amount of duty-free cognac can cure. You find yourself wandering the streets of Manhattan, wondering if you should be eating eggs or oysters, and whether it is time to go to bed or time to find a morning newspaper. The competition, Konkordsky, and the American silence. The year 1970 was the height of the supersonic arms race. The British and French had the Concorde. The Soviets had the Tu-144, which looked so much like the Concorde that the Western press immediately dubbed it Concordsky. It was a classic Cold War rivalry. Two superpowers trying to prove whose metal bird could scream the loudest. Meanwhile, the Americans, usually the first to embrace any project that is both expensive and loud, were dragging their feet. Boeing was working on the 2707, a plane that was intended to be even larger and faster than the Concorde. But by 1970, the American public was beginning to suffer from a case of supersonic fatigue. People were starting to ask uncomfortable questions such as, do we really need to get to London in 3 hours if it means the sky is constantly exploding? And is it worth billions of dollars to save a few hours for a handful of businessmen who are probably just going to use that extra time to play more golf? The American project was eventually canceled, leaving the Concorde as the lonely, beautiful, and wildly impractical king of the sky. The legacy of the supersonic dream. The Concorde was a dream that didn't quite fit the reality of the world. It was a 19th century vision of progress, faster, higher, louder, applied to a 20th century world that was starting to care about things like fuel efficiency and the structural integrity of its window panes. It remained in service for decades, a shimmering ghost of 1970 that continued to haunt the runways of the world. But it was always a fragile miracle. It was too expensive to run, too loud to fly, and too small to be practical. It was a beautiful folly, the automotive equivalent of a thoroughbred horse being used to pull a coal wagon. Final thought. We look back at the Concorde now as a symbol of a time when we believed that there were no limits to what we could do. We believed that we could conquer time, space, and the very air itself. And for a few glorious hours at twice the speed of sound, we did. As you drift toward sleep, imagine that you are strapped into a narrow leather seat in a pressurized tube, 30,000 feet above the Atlantic. Out your tiny window, the sky is a dark, bruised purple, and the sun is actually rising in the west because you are moving faster than the world can turn. The engines are humming with a power that feels like the heartbeat of a god, and New York is rushing toward you at 1,000 miles an hour. It is a grand, dizzying, and entirely unnecessary way to travel. But then again, being unnecessary has never stopped mankind from doing something before. If we only did what was necessary, we'd still be sitting in caves wondering if that fire thing was worth the smoke. Sleep well and try not to worry about the time. On the Concorde, the time is whatever you want it to be, provided you have the ticket and don't mind the noise. Chapter 9. Monday Night Football, the Great American Marital Sabotage. It has long been the ambition of the American businessman to find a way to sell a man something he already possesses in abundance, namely, a reason to sit still and ignore his responsibilities. For decades, the Sabbath was the designated day for such spiritual sloth. A man would go to church in the morning to satisfy his Maker and spend the afternoon on the sofa to satisfy his own inclination toward paralysis, watching professional football players collide with the grace of runaway freight trains. But the year 1970 brought with it a discovery so profound, so diabolical, and so perfectly attuned to the weaknesses of the male psyche that it threatened to unbalance the very foundations of the American home. This was the birth of Monday Night Football. Prior to this, Monday night was a time for culture, or perhaps for the quiet settling of the family accounts. It was a night for the Doris Day Show, or a polite documentary about the migration habits of the wildebeest. But a gentleman named Roone Arledge, a grand sorcerer of the airwaves at ABC, realized that what the American husband truly lacked was a reason to avoid talking to his wife on a school night. He realized that if you took a game of football, wrapped it in enough glitter and brass music, and put it on past the children's bedtime, you could turn a dreary work night into a secular holiday. The September Insurrection. On September 21st, 1970, the first broadcast was unleashed upon an unsuspecting public. The New York Jets faced the Cleveland Browns. Now, to the uninitiated, a football game is merely a series of violent misunderstandings punctuated by committee meetings. Two groups of extremely large men, encased in plastic armor that makes them look like humanoid tortoises, attempt to move a prolate spheroid of pigskin down a field of grass. But Roone Arledge didn't just broadcast a game. He staged a revolution. He brought in more cameras than had ever been seen in one place outside of a lunar landing. He brought in slow-motion replays, allowing us to see exactly how a man's jaw looks when it is introduced to a linebacker's helmet in exquisite, agonizing detail. And most importantly, he brought in the three-man booth. In the history of human discord, there are few things as perfectly balanced as the original Monday Night Football commentary team. You had Keith Jackson, the voice of authority, who spoke with the sturdy reliability of a Midwestern grain elevator. You had Dandy Don Meredith, a former quarterback, with the Texas charm of a man who has never paid for a drink in his life. And then, looming over the proceedings like a nasal cloud of doom, you had Howard Cosell, the nasal foghorn of truth. If there was ever a man designed by Providence to irritate his fellow creatures into a state of heightened awareness, it was Howard Cosell. He was a lawyer by trade, a fact that surprised no one who ever heard him speak. His voice possessed the subtle cadence of a gravel mixer being operated by a person with a severe sinus infection. Cosell did not merely report on a game. He interrogated it. He used 5-syllable words where one would do, and he delivered his opinions with the terrifying certainty of a man who believed he was the only person in the stadium who actually understood what was happening. He was telling it like it is, which is a phrase people use when they want to be rude but wish to be praised for their honesty. TwAIn's observation: there is no bond quite like the one shared by two men who both despise the same person. Howard Cosell was the greatest salesman in the history of television, not because people liked him, but because they hated him with such a passionate, trembling intensity that they felt they had to watch the screen just to make sure he hadn't grown an extra head or declared himself Emperor of the Atlantic. The dynamic was simple. Cosell would say something profoundly arrogant and intellectually bloated. Meredith would make a joke about it in a drawl that sounded like warm molasses. And Keith Jackson would try to remind everyone that there was actually a game of football occurring on the grass below. It was a soap opera for men who wouldn't be caught dead watching a soap opera. The Joe Namath factor. The first game featured the legendary Joe Namath, a man whose primary contribution to the sport was the discovery that one could be a professional athlete while also wearing a fur coat and maintaining the social life of a Victorian libertine. Broadway Joe was the perfect protagonist for the 1970s. He was flashy, he was defiant, and he had knees that were held together by little more than hope and surgical tape. The Jets lost that first game to the Browns, but it didn't matter. The scores were secondary to the spectacle. People tuned in to see the lights, to hear the theme music, and to wait for Dandy Don to start singing "Turn Out the Lights, the Party's Over" when the game was out of reach. By the third week, Monday Night Football was a national obsession. It became the highest-rated program on television. In some cities, the local water pressure would drop precipitously during a halftime because several million men had all decided to use the facilities at the exact same moment. It was a synchronized movement of the American citizenry that would have been impossible to organize for any noble cause, yet it occurred every Monday for a game of ball. The domestic fallout. The social impact of this development cannot be overstated. Before 1970, Monday night was a safe harbor for the American woman. It was a night for domestic tranquility. But the Monday night widow soon became a tragic fixture of the landscape. A husband who was perfectly capable of functioning as a human being on Tuesday through Sunday would, upon the stroke of 8 o'clock on Monday, descend into a state of gridiron trance. He became unresponsive to all external stimuli, including the crying of infants, the smell of a burning pot roast, or the news that the house had been repossessed by the bank. His only requirements were a beverage, a bag of salted snacks, and the ability to yell at Howard Cosell through the glass screen. The sports bar, a place where men gathered to be miserable in public rather than in the privacy of their own homes, saw its first great golden age. Monday night became the most profitable night of the week for anyone selling beer by the pitcher. We realized that while mankind is a social animal, he is most social when he is looking at a television set and complaining about a referee's eyesight. The geometry of barbarism. As a man who has seen his fair share of duels and frontier brawls, I have always found football to be a peculiar spectacle. It is a game of territory, much like the wars of the old European kings, but conducted within the strict confines of a 100-yard lawn. It is a game where a pass is considered a work of art, a run is considered a feat of strength, and a punt is an admission that everyone is tired and needs a rest. In 1970, the game was even more brutal than it is today. The players were larger, the turf was harder, often being little more than a thin layer of green carpet laid over a parking lot. And the rules were merely suggestions that the officials occasionally remembered to enforce. But Monday Night Football turned this violence into a grand operatic narrative. It gave the players personalities. We weren't just watching the Jets. We were watching the trials and tribulations of Joe Namath's ego. We weren't just watching the Browns. We were watching a defensive struggle for the soul of Ohio. A legacy of scheduled distraction. Looking back from the vantage point of 1970, we see that Monday Night Football was the moment that television finally realized it didn't need to provide programs. It only needed to provide events. It paved the way for a world where every night is a specialized ritual, and where no man is ever more than 6 feet away from a screen that is trying to sell him a pickup truck or a light beer. It was the beginning of the end of the work week as a concept. We began to live for the weekend, and then we extended the weekend into Monday night. Eventually, we would extend it into Thursday night and then Sunday night until the entire calendar was simply one long, continuous replay of a man being tackled by 3 other men. Final thought. We are a species that loves a struggle, provided someone else is doing the struggling and we have a comfortable chair. 1970 gave us the ultimate version of that desire. It gave us a reason to look forward to the most hated day of the week. As you drift off to sleep, imagine the glow of 1,000,000 television sets across the American continent. Imagine the voice of Howard Cosell, rising and falling like a disgruntled cello, explaining to you why the world is exactly as he says it is. And imagine the sound of Dandy Don humming a tune as the clock ticks down to 0. Monday is over. The party has ended. But don't worry, there's another game next week, and the lawyers in the booth are already sharpening their vocabularies. Sleep well and try not to dream of yellow flags. The referee of your dreams has already made his decision, and he isn't taking any questions from the press. Chapter 10. The Death of Jimmy and Janice. The Recruitment Drive of the 27 Club. It has always struck me as a singular lack of imagination on the part of the Grim Reaper that he should develop such a specialized appetite for the number 27. One would think that death, being an entity of vast experience and infinite patience, would be indifferent to the minor details of a calendar. Yet, in the autumn of 1970, the great destroyer seemed to have developed a very specific taste for young people who played the electric guitar or shrieked the blues with the intensity of a person whose house was currently on fire. By the time the year was 3/4 through, the 60s, that decade of high hopes, low necklines, and chemical experiments that would have baffled a medieval alchemist, was finally settling its accounts. And as is the custom with all great parties, the most interesting guests were the first to be asked to leave by the management. We saw the departure of Mr. Jimi Hendrix in September and Miss Janis Joplin in October. They were both 27 years of age, a fact that led the public to believe there was some sort of celestial quota being filled, or perhaps a very exclusive club being formed in the great beyond, one with a very loud house band and a remarkably high membership fee. The electricity of the voodoo child. In September, the world lost Jimi Hendrix. Now, I have seen many things in my time. I have seen the sun rise over the Mississippi, and I have seen a Missouri mule try to outrun a thunderstorm, but I have never seen a man treat a musical instrument with the mixture of reverence and physical violence that Mr. Hendrix bestowed upon the guitar. He did not merely play the guitar, he engaged in a public electrified struggle with it. He played it with his teeth, which is a practice I would only recommend to a man with an exceptionally high dental insurance policy and a very sturdy set of incisors. He played it behind his back as if he were trying to hide the source of the noise from a pursuing sheriff. And on at least one occasion, he set the thing on fire and knelt before it like a priest at a particularly combustible altar. To the more civilized elements of society, the people who believe a violin should be tucked neatly under the chin and played with a look of profound constipation, Hendrix was a catastrophe. But to the youth of 1970, he was a revelation. He proved that you could take a bolt of lightning, strap it to a piece of wood, and use it to communicate the collective anxiety of an entire generation. When he expired in a London flat, the victim of a cocktail of sleep-inducing pills and the general exhaustion of being a god, the world was shocked. But really, we shouldn't have been. A man who lives his life at the speed of a hummingbird and the voltage of a power station is rarely destined for a quiet retirement on a porch in Ohio. He was a meteor that had the good sense to vanish before he became a dull gray rock. The pearl and the bourbon hardly had the echoes of Hendrix's last feedback loop faded when the Reaper returned to Hollywood to collect Janis Joplin. If Hendrix was the king of the electrified air, Janis was the queen of the bruised soul. She possessed a voice that sounded as though it had been seasoned in a vat of bourbon, dragged through a gravel pit, and then polished with a handful of rusty nails. It was not a pretty voice in the Victorian sense. It did not warble about larks or meadows. It was a voice that grabbed the listener by the lapels and demanded to know why life was so confounding and why the whiskey was always running out. They called her Pearl, a name that suggests something smooth and white, formed in the quiet of an oyster. But Janis was more like a volcano that had been dressed in purple feathers and bell-bottoms. She sang with a desperation that suggested she was trying to outrun her own heartbeat. In October, she was found in a hotel room, having succumbed to an overdose of the very substances she had spent her career praising in song. It was a tragic, lonely end for a woman who could command the attention of 50,000 people with a single, ragged scream. TwAIn's observation. There is a peculiar cruelty in the way we treat our performers. We demand that they burn themselves out for our amusement, and then we act surprised when we find nothing but ashes in the morning. We want them to be authentic, which is a polite way of saying we want them to be miserable so that we don't have to be. We pay them in fame and intoxicants, and then we wonder why they don't live to be 90 and take up knitting. The birth of the myth. With the deaths of Jimmy and Janis following hard on the heels of the Rolling Stones' Brian Jones the year before, the concept of the 27 Club was born. It became a piece of modern folklore, a dark superstition that suggested that if a musician could just make it to their 28th birthday, they might actually survive into the era of responsible investments and sensible shoes. The public, in its infinite capacity for ghoulishness, responded to these tragedies by buying more records. A dead rock star is, from a business perspective, a far more reliable asset than a living one. A living star might decide to stop touring or get married and move to a farm or, worst of all, start making experimental jazz albums that no one wants to hear. A dead star, however, stays exactly where you put them. They don't demand a higher royalty percentage. They don't turn up late for recording sessions. And their best-of collections sell with a consistency that would make a baker jealous. In 1970, the record companies realized that mortality was a fantastic marketing strategy. They scoured the vaults for every scrap of tape, every muffled rehearsal, and every cough ever recorded by the departed, and released them as lost masterpieces. We were treated to the spectacle of a man's estate being managed by the very people who had probably contributed to his exhaustion in the first place. The 1970 hangover continued. The loss of Jimmy and Janis felt like the final closing of the door in the 1960s. The idealism was gone. The summer of love had turned into the autumn of the attorney. We were realizing that you couldn't actually change the world with a song and a smile, especially if the singer was no longer around to finish the chorus. It left a void in the culture that was quickly filled by something much more professional and much less dangerous. The 1970s would give us the singer-songwriter, a gentler breed of musician who sat on a wooden stool, drank herbal tea, and sang about their feelings in a way that didn't involve setting anything on fire. It was safer, it was more polite, and it was considerably easier on the eardrums. But for those who had seen the lightning, the new era felt a bit thin. We had traded the roar of the tiger for the purr of a well-fed house cat. We had realized that the revolution was over and the resignation had begun. A final thought on the club. As a man who has lived through a great many eras and seen a great many fashions come and go, I have noticed that we always romanticize the ones who leave early. We imagine that they have been spared the indignity of aging, that Jimi Hendrix never had to worry about his hairline receding, and Janis Joplin never had to decide between a sensible cardigan and a shawl. But the truth is much simpler and much sadder. They were just young people who got lost in the machinery of their own success. They were the casualties of a war between art and commerce, a war where the artist usually runs out of ammunition long before the businessman runs out of ink. So, as you tuck yourself in tonight, spare a thought for the 27 Club. Imagine them up there, beyond the clouds, where the bourbon never runs out and the guitars never go out of tune. Picture Jimmy playing a duet with a choir of angels while Janis tells St. Peter exactly what she thinks of the seating arrangements. It is a comforting thought, even if it is a bit of a stretch. But in the year 1970, comfort was a rare commodity, and we took it wherever we could find it, even if it came from the bottom of a record sleeve and the memory of a scream. Sleep well and try to make it to 28. It's a fine age, and the view is much better from the other side of the hill. Chapter 11. The Computer Mouse, a rodent in the parlor of progress. It has been my observation throughout a life spent dodging creditors and admiring the various ways mankind chooses to complicate his existence that we are never truly satisfied with a tool until we have turned it into a pet. We take the majestic power of steam and call it an iron horse. We take the miraculous transmission of the human voice and give it a cradle. And in the year 1970, we took the most formidable calculating engine ever devised by the mind of man and decided it could only be properly managed by a small wooden block named after a common household pest. In December of 1970, a gentleman by the name of Douglas Engelbart was granted a patent for a device with the rather dry and uninviting title of XY Position Indicator for a Display System. Now, if Mr. Engelbart had stuck with that name, the device would have remained buried in the dusty vaults of the patent office, whispered about only by men who wear pocket protectors and forget to eat lunch. But the human heart craves whimsy, even in its engineering, and because the wire trailing from the back of this wooden box looked like a tail, it was christened the mouse. Thus, the digital revolution began not with a roar, but with a squeak. The tyranny of the keyboard. To understand why anyone would want to shove a wooden block around a desktop, one must first recall the absolute drudgery of communicating with a computer in the early 1970s. At that time, a computer was not a friendly companion that lived in your pocket and told you the weather. It was a hulking, brooding monolith that lived in a refrigerated room and required a sacrifice of punch cards and a mastery of a language that looked like a cat had walked across a typewriter. If you wished to move a piece of information from one part of the screen to another, you had to type a series of commands that were as long and complicated as a royal decree. You had to tell the machine exactly where to go, using coordinates and syntax that would baffle a navigator on the high seas. It was a cold, linguistic struggle. There was no pointing. One does not point at a god. One petitions it with the proper forms. But Mr. Engelbart, a man who clearly possessed a more merciful soul than the average programmer, realized that man is fundamentally a visual and tactile creature. We spent 10,000 years pointing at things we wanted to eat or things we wanted to shoot. It was only natural that we should eventually want to point at things we wanted to delete. The architecture of the vermin. The original 1970 mouse was not the sleek, ergonomic pebble that fit so comfortably in the palm of a modern hand. No, the ancestor of the species was a rugged rectangular box carved from wood. It possessed two metal wheels, one for the x-axis and one for the y-axis, which is the scientific way of saying up and down and side to side. It was, in short, a very small, very stupid wagon. To use it, one had to grasp this block and slide it across a flat surface, which would in turn cause a small flicker of light on the screen, the cursor, to move in sympathy. It was a form of puppetry that required a level of hand-eye coordination that most men of my generation usually reserved for trying to thread a needle after a third glass of port. TwAIn's observation: there is something inherently undignified about a grown man, perhaps a doctor or a lawyer of high standing, spending his afternoon chasing a wooden block around a piece of felt so that he might click on a digital ghost. It is a spectacle that would have caused our ancestors to reach for a broom or a bucket of water. We have spent centuries trying to rid our parlors of mice, only to find ourselves paying good money to invite a plastic one onto our desks. The tail of the tape. The name mouse was never intended to be permanent. It was a nickname, a bit of lab-room slang that stuck like a burr to a wool coat, but it was a stroke of marketing genius, whether intentional or not. By naming this revolutionary tool after a rodent, we stripped away the intimidating aura of the great machine. A position indicator is a threat to one's intelligence. A mouse is a plaything. It suggested that the computer was no longer a cold, unyielding judge, but a pet that could be coaxed into obedience with a simple flick of the wrist. Of course, the tail, the cord that connected the mouse to the computer, was the primary source of frustration. In 1970, everything had a cord. We lived in a world of tangled wires that seemed to possess a sentient desire to knot themselves into a Gordian mess the moment our backs were turned. The mouse cord was particularly treacherous. It would snag on your coffee cup, wrap itself around your pen, and eventually commit a form of technological suicide by fraying at the most inconvenient moment. The click heard round the world. With the mouse came the click. Before 1970, the sound of a computer was the frantic clack, clack, clack of a teletype or the hum of a cooling fan. The mouse introduced a new solitary sound, the sharp, decisive snap of a button being depressed. It was the sound of a decision being made. It was the sound of yes, no, or I didn't mean to do that. For the love of heaven, how do I go back? It turned the user from a petitioner into a commander. You didn't have to speak the machine's language anymore. You just had to be able to hit a target. It was the democratization of the digital age. It meant that even a person with the literary skills of a distracted shepherd could, in theory, operate a computer, provided they could keep the cursor from flying off the edge of the screen and into the abyss. The skepticism of the sturdy. Naturally, the world did not embrace the mouse with open arms in 1970. The serious men of industry looked at it and scoffed. They argued that a real professional used a keyboard. They claimed that taking one's hand off the keys to chase a wooden block was a waste of time and a sign of mental flabbiness. Why, they asked, would I want to draw pictures on a screen when I can type columns of figures? I am a businessman, not an illustrator of children's books. They couldn't see that the mouse was the key to a kingdom they hadn't even imagined yet. They didn't realize that within a few decades, we would be using that mouse to navigate a world that existed entirely within the glass, a world where we could buy a hat, write a book, and insult a stranger 3,000 miles away, all without ever leaving our chairs or standing up to find a pencil. The evolution of the nuisance. The 1970 mouse was a lonely pioneer. It would be another decade or more before it became a standard feature of the household, thanks to the efforts of people like Steve Jobs, who saw the device at Xerox PARC and realized it was the one ring that could rule all the data. But we must give credit to 1970 for being the year the rodent was officially invited in. It was the year we decided that the best way to handle the future was to treat it like a small, scurrying creature that lived on our desks. We eventually replaced the wooden wheels with a rubber ball, a device that seemed to have a magnetic attraction to every piece of lint and cat hair in the building, requiring the user to perform a weekly surgery to clean out the gunk. Then we replaced the ball with a laser and the cord with a radio wave until the mouse became a silent, hovering ghost of its former self. A final thought on the digital rodent. As you prepare to surrender yourself to the arms of Morpheus, consider the humble mouse. Think of that original wooden box from 1970, sliding across a desk in a quiet laboratory, leading the way toward a world of windows, folders, and trash cans, a world where we are all, in a sense, chasing the cheese. We have become a race of clickers. We spend our days clicking on links, clicking on like buttons, and clicking on close to the various distractions that plague our existence. And it all started because a man in 1970 looked at a wire and saw a tail. Sleep well, and try not to dream of cursors. If you find your hand twitching on the covers as if looking for a button to press, just remember, there is no undo button for a bad night's sleep, and the refresh button for the human soul won't be available until the coffee is brewed in the morning. The mouse has done its work. The screen is dark. The cursor has finally come to rest in the corner of the void. And for once, the house is quiet. Even the wooden ones have stopped their scurrying. Chapter 12. The Boeing 747. The Flying Tenement. If there is one thing mankind possesses in greater abundance than sense, it is the desire to take a perfectly functional law of nature, such as gravity, and treat it as a minor bureaucratic hurdle that can be cleared with enough money and a sufficiently large engine. For several thousand years, we were content to remain on the ground, where the air is thick, the footing is certain, and the risk of plummeting 6 miles into a cornfield is remarkably low. But then came the Wright brothers, a pair of bicycle mechanics who decided that the sky was merely a road that hadn't been paved yet. They proved that a man could fly, provided he was willing to lie face down on a collection of sticks and canvas while a lawnmower engine rattled his teeth. From that humble, shivering beginning, we progressed with terrifying speed. By the year 1970, we had decided that it was no longer enough to simply fly. We wanted to fly in a building. We wanted to take a structure the size of a municipal library, fill it with 350 strangers, and hurl it across the ocean at the speed of a rifle bullet. Thus, on January 22, 1970, the Boeing 747, the jumbo jet, made its first commercial flight from New York to London. It was the moment that aviation ceased to be an adventure and became a democratic catastrophe. The architecture of the impossible. To look upon a 747 for the first time is to experience a profound sense of disbelief. It does not look like a creature of the air. It looks like a whale that has swallowed a smaller, more aerodynamic plane and is currently suffering from a significant swelling behind the eyes. This hump, which houses the cockpit and the legendary upper deck, gives the aircraft the appearance of a beast that is constantly thinking a very heavy thought. When the engineers at Boeing first proposed this behemoth, the world's pilots looked at the blueprints and concluded that the designers had been spending too much time in the company of fermented hops. A plane that weighed 700,000 pounds. A plane with a tail that stood as tall as a 6-story tenement. To imagine such a thing leaving the earth is to imagine a cathedral taking wing because it heard a rumor of a better climate. Yet it flew. It proved that if you have enough jet fuel and 4 engines that each possess the power of a small thunderstorm, you can make anything fly. You could make a grand piano fly. You could make the state of Delaware fly, provided you could find a long enough runway and a pilot with a very brave soul. The debut, a tradition of delay. The inaugural flight was scheduled for the evening of January 21, 1970, under the banner of Pan American World Airways, the chosen instrument of American prestige. The world's press gathered at John F. Kennedy Airport to witness the dawning of the jumbo age. They expected a display of effortless majesty. Instead, they received the first great lesson of the 747 era. The more complicated the machine, the more likely it is to have a hiccup. One of the engines decided to overheat while the plane was still on the taxiway, behaving with the temperamental stubbornness of a prima donna who refuses to go on stage because her dressing room is too chilly. The passengers, who had paid a king's ransom to be the first to experience this miracle, were forced to wait for 6 hours. They were eventually transferred to a backup 747, proving that in 1970, Pan Am was so wealthy they kept spare skyscrapers sitting around the hangar just in case one of them caught a cold. The flight finally took off at nearly 2 in the morning on the 22nd, arriving in London to a fanfare of exhausted journalists and a sunrise that felt like an apology. The democratization of the clouds. Before the 747, air travel was a dignified, expensive, and somewhat rare affair. To fly was to be a member of an elite club. You dressed in your finest suit. You were served meals on real china by people who treated you with the respect usually reserved for a visiting bishop, and you had enough leg room to host a small dance. The 747 changed all that. By doubling the number of passengers that could fit into a single tube, Boeing made it possible for the common man to take to the skies. While this sounds like a noble victory for the principles of the Republic, it had the unfortunate side effect of filling the air with the common man's elbows, his luggage, and his crying children. Suddenly, flying became a mass transit experience. It was the flying tenement. We realize that while it is a miracle to travel to London in 6 hours, that miracle is significantly dampened when you are wedged between a man who is snoring like a foghorn and a woman who has brought a collection of very fragrant cheeses for the journey. TwAIn's observation: mankind has a peculiar talent for taking a sublime achievement and making it mundane through sheer volume. We turn the heavens, the realm of the angels and the stars, into a crowded waiting room where the primary concern is whether or not the man in the next seat is going to finish his gin and tonic before he falls asleep on your shoulder. We conquered the sky only to find that it is just as cramped as the subway, only with a better view and much more expensive sandwiches. The spiral staircase and the cocktail lounge. However, in 1970, the 747 still possessed a lingering sense of glamour, primarily located in the hump. Early versions of the plane featured a spiral staircase that led from the main cabin to an upper-deck lounge. Imagine it, a cocktail lounge at 30,000 feet. It was a place where gentlemen in leisure suits and ladies in miniskirts could gather to sip martinis, smoke cigarettes, for in 1970, the air inside a plane was approximately 40% nicotine, and pretend they were in a sophisticated drawing room rather than a pressurized metal cylinder hurtling through a vacuum. The spiral staircase was the ultimate symbol of the era's optimism. It was entirely unnecessary, remarkably inefficient, and prone to causing a great deal of stumbling during turbulence. But it was grand. It suggested that even if there were 300 people in the basement, the people in the attic were still having a very fine time indeed. Eventually, the airlines realized that they could remove the lounge and replace it with more seats, thereby increasing their profits and ensuring that no one ever felt grand ever again. But for a few years in the early 70s, the 747 was a two-story palace of the clouds. The physics of stubbornness. There is a moment during the takeoff of a 747 when the passenger begins to doubt the validity of the entire enterprise. The plane begins to roll down the runway, and you can feel the sheer, agonizing weight of the thing. You look out the window at the wings, which are long enough to serve as a bridge over a respectable river, and you notice that they are flexing upward, as if they are straining to lift a mountain. The engines roar with a sound that is less like a machine and more like a physical assault on the ears. And then, just as you are certain that you are simply going to drive across the Atlantic Ocean rather than fly over it, the nose lifts. The earth grudgingly lets go. It is a triumph of momentum over common sense. The 747 does not fly because it wants to. It flies because it is moving so fast that the air has no choice but to get out of its way. It is a testament to the idea that if you apply enough force to a problem, you can ignore the laws of physics entirely for several hours at a time. The legacy of the jumbo. By the end of 1970, the 747 was the undisputed king of the skies. It had shrunk the world. It had made the jet set a lifestyle for the many, rather than the few. We could now go anywhere at any time, provided we were willing to stand in a line that stretched back to the previous Tuesday and eat a meal that appeared to be composed entirely of different shades of beige. It remained the flagship of the world's airlines for nearly 50 years. It saw the rise and fall of empires, the invention of the Internet, and the slow, inevitable decline of the necktie. It was a machine that defined an age where we believed that bigger was always better, and that the ultimate goal of civilization was to get as many people as possible to the same place at the same time, regardless of whether they wanted to go there or not. Final thought. As you drift into the quietude of the night, imagine yourself reclining in a seat that is almost, but not quite, wide enough for a human being. Listen to the steady, rhythmic hum of the four giant engines, a sound that is as comforting as the purr of a very large, very expensive cat. You are suspended in the dark, somewhere over the cold Atlantic, moving toward a new day at 600 miles an hour. The 747 is carrying you through the night. It is a flying fortress of hope, a metal whale in the sea of stars. And even if the man in 14B is currently using your armrest as a pillow, remember that you are a part of the Great Migration. You are a citizen of the jumbo age, where the world is small, the sky is a highway, and the spiral staircase to the stars is always open, at least until they decide to put more seats in. Sleep well, and try not to worry about the luggage. It's in the hold, somewhere beneath your feet, probably having a better rest than you are. Chapter 13. The Rise of the Waterbed, a Primordial Slosh in the Bedroom. It has been the arduous, multi-millennial project of the human race to distance itself from the damp and uncertain conditions of the primordial swamp. Our ancestors spent several geological epochs crawling out of the muck, drying themselves off, and inventing the concept of solid ground so that they might eventually build a dry house, sit in a dry chair, and sleep in a dry bed. We spent centuries refining the mattress, moving from piles of damp leaves to sacks of straw, then to the luxurious tick of goose feathers, and finally to the sophisticated arrangement of steel coils and cotton batting. We had achieved by the mid-20th century a state of terrestrial stability that would have made a mountain jealous. But then came 1970, a year in which mankind looked at his dry, stable, and perfectly comfortable bedroom and said, "You know what is missing? A captured ocean. I should very much like to spend my nights floating upon several hundred gallons of lukewarm tap water, contained only by a thin sheet of vinyl and the grace of a merciful providence." The waterbed, patented in its modern form by a young Californian named Charles Hall in late 1968, but reaching its full sloshing maturity as a cultural phenomenon in 1970, was more than just furniture. It was a liquid insurrection. It was an admission that we had become so bored with the stationary nature of our floors that we were willing to risk seasickness in our own pajamas. The architecture of the puddle. To the uninitiated, a waterbed is a simple enough contraption. It is a giant rectangular bag of vinyl filled with water and tucked into a wooden frame that resembles a sturdy coffin for a very large, very damp giant. However, the simplicity ends the moment you attempt to interact with it. The first thing a 1970s enthusiast discovered was that water is remarkably heavy. A standard king-sized waterbed holds approximately 200 gallons of the stuff. Now, a gallon of water weighs about 8 pounds, which means that by the time you have finished dragging the garden hose through the bedroom window and filling the mattress, you have introduced nearly 1,600 pounds of liquid weight into a room that was likely designed to support nothing heavier than a dresser and a moderately sized ant. In 1970, the structural integrity of American apartment buildings was put to its first true test since the invention of the indoor piano. Stories began to circulate of waterbeds migrating from the third floor to the first floor without the benefit of the stairs, usually arriving in the middle of a neighbor's dinner party like a catastrophic, vinyl-wrapped boulder. Landlords, a breed of men who are naturally suspicious of anything that involves the word leak, began to add clauses to their leases that forbade the possession of a waterbed with the same fervor they used to forbid the keeping of livestock. The struggle for equilibrium. Entering a waterbed in 1970 was not an act of lying down. It was an act of deployment, because the mattress was essentially a single, undivided chamber of fluid. Any movement on one side of the bed resulted in a violent and immediate reaction on the other. If a man of substantial carriage decided to sit on the edge of the bed to remove his shoes, the resulting displacement of water would cause his wife, lying peacefully on the far side, to be launched into the air like a salmon leaping a waterfall. It was a bed that required a mastery of fluid dynamics and a spirit of maritime cooperation. Furthermore, the slosh was not a one-time event. A simple turn from the left side to the right would set off a series of rhythmic undulations, waves that would travel from the headboard to the footboard and back again for several minutes. A person with a sensitive stomach might find themselves experiencing a full-blown bout of Atlantic vertigo while trying to read a paperback novel. To sleep in a waterbed was to accept that you were no longer a homeowner, but a captain of a very small, very stagnant ship. TwAIn's observation: I have always believed that a bed should be a place of rest, not a place of navigation. There is something fundamentally distressing about a piece of furniture that requires a bilge pump and a life jacket. If the Almighty had intended for us to sleep on the water, He would have equipped us with fins and a much higher tolerance for humidity. To pay good money to sleep on a captured puddle is to admit that the progress of the age has finally run out of sensible ideas and has begun to mock us. The sous vide sleeper, the heating element. Perhaps the most diabolical feature of the 1970 waterbed was its relationship with temperature. Because water is an excellent conductor of heat, or more accurately, an excellent thief of it, a waterbed at room temperature will slowly and systematically suck the warmth from a human body until the sleeper resembles a side of chilled beef in a butcher's window. To prevent this nightly cryogenics experiment, the waterbed required an electric heater, which sat beneath the vinyl bag like a simmering griddle. This introduced a new and exciting range of hazards. If the heater was set too low, you awoke with the blue-lipped pallor of a shipwreck survivor. If it was set too high, you spent the night being slowly poached in your own sheets, waking up with the texture and temperament of a soft-boiled egg. Then, of course, there was the constant nagging fear of the electric bath. The idea of lying upon 1,600 pounds of water directly atop an electrical heating element is the sort of thing that keeps safety inspectors awake at night. In 1970, we were told this was perfectly safe, provided the vinyl didn't leak. But vinyl, by its very nature, is a material that considers leaking to be its primary hobby. The marketing of the swing. One cannot discuss the rise of the waterbed without addressing the social revolution of 1970. The waterbed was marketed with a heavy wink and a nudge emphasis on its supposed romantic benefits. It was the ultimate bachelor pad accessory. It was sold as a way to enhance one's personal life, under the theory that any movement, intentional or otherwise, would be amplified by the undulating surface of the mattress. This led to a peculiar cultural moment where owning a waterbed was considered a statement of one's liberation. It was the furniture equivalent of a mood ring or a velvet painting of a bull. To have a waterbed was to tell the world that you were with it, that you were groovy, and that you didn't mind if your bedroom occasionally smelled like a public swimming pool. In reality, most couples discovered that the waterbed was the greatest enemy of romance since the invention of the headache. Attempting to maintain any sort of dignity while being tossed about by a 3-foot swell is a feat beyond the capabilities of most mortals. It was a bed that turned every gesture into a slapstick routine. The Great Leak of 70. Eventually, every waterbed owner faced the day of reckoning, the leak. It usually started as a weeping seam, a tiny, insistent bead of moisture that would slowly saturate the sheets and the carpet. Because the bed was so heavy, you couldn't simply pick it up to find the hole. You had to embark on a search and rescue mission, using a specialized patch kit that smelled of industrial solvent and never quite worked as advertised. If the leak was catastrophic, caused perhaps by a stray cigarette, a curious cat, or a particularly sharp toenail, the result was a domestic deluge. 1,600 pounds of water does not simply stay in one place. It seeks the path of least resistance, which is usually into the floorboards and out through the ceiling of the kitchen below. Many a 1970s housewife was startled to find that it was raining directly under her avocado-colored stove, and that the rain tasted faintly of the bedroom heater. A legacy of evaporation. By the end of the decade, the waterbed began its slow retreat into the bargain bins of history. We realized that while floating to sleep sounded poetic in a showroom, the reality involved too much maintenance, too much electricity, and a constant low-grade fear of drowning in one's sleep. We moved on to memory foam, which remembers our shapes without trying to submerge us, and air beds, which are merely water beds for people who prefer a lighter class of catastrophe. But in 1970, the waterbed was the king of the castle. It represented the era's desire to challenge every convention, even the one that says a bed should stay still. We were a generation that wanted to ride the waves, even if the only waves available were the ones we made ourselves by rolling over to hit the alarm clock. Final thought. As you settle into your firm, dry, and reliably stationary mattress tonight, take a moment to appreciate the lack of slosh. Listen to the silence, the absence of the glug-gluck sound of a bubble trapped in a vinyl lung. You are safe on the shore of the bedroom. The ocean is far away. The carpet is dry, and the only thing likely to collapse the floor is the weight of your own mounting bills, not 1,600 pounds of tap water. Sleep well and dream of solid ground. The age of the liquid bed has passed, and we are all the drier for it. Chapter 14. Casey Kasem's Top 40, The Coronation of the Catchy. If there is one thing mankind enjoys more than a good argument, it is a tidy list that tells him exactly what he should be arguing about. Since the dawn of civilization, we have harbored a desperate, itching need to rank our surroundings. We rank our kings by the number of peasants they've impoverished. We rank our saints by the quantity of halo glow they emit. And we rank our livestock by the thickness of their flanks. It was only a matter of time before we applied this same bookkeeping mania to the ephemeral, invisible vibrations of the human throat. In the summer of 1970, specifically on the 4th of July, a day usually reserved for blowing up small parts of the landscape to celebrate our independence, a gentleman by the name of Casey Kasem decided to introduce a new kind of tyranny to the American airwaves. He launched American Top 40. It was a weekly ritual that involved taking the 40 most popular songs in the country and presenting them to the public with the gravity of a high priest reading from the book of life, while simultaneously trying to sell us a brand of acne cream or a low-interest car loan. The human index of the airwaves. To understand the impact of Casey Kasem, one must first consider the state of the American radio before his arrival. It was a chaotic frontier, inhabited by disc jockeys who spoke with the speed of a tobacco auctioneer and possessed the temperament of a man who had accidentally sat on a live wire. They screamed, they hollered, and they played whatever records the local distributor had suggested through the time-honored tradition of a discreetly passed envelope they should play. But Casey Kasem was different. He did not scream. He did not holler. He possessed a voice that was as smooth as a polished river stone and as authoritative as a probate judge. It was a voice that suggested he was constantly wearing a very expensive sweater, even if he was in his shirt sleeves in a windowless studio in Los Angeles. He didn't just play the music, he curated it. He turned the act of listening to the radio into a scholarly pursuit. He provided teasers and bio bits, informing us that the lead singer of a certain bubblegum pop group had once worked as a part-time taxidermist, or that the drummer for a hard rock band possessed a collection of rare, antique thimbles. He made the stars seem like human beings, which is the cruelest thing you can do to a star, yet we couldn't get enough of it. The theology of the countdown. The beauty of the top 40 lay in its mathematical certainty. In a year like 1970, where the war was a mess, the economy was a muddle, and the president was a mystery, it was deeply comforting to know that War by Edwin Starr was exactly 3 places higher than Julie, Do You Love Me by Bobby Sherman. The countdown was a 4-hour marathon of anticipation. You started at number 40, which was the musical equivalent of a participant ribbon. A song at number 40 was a song that was trying its best, but was ultimately destined for the bargain bin of history. As the hours ticked by, the tension would mount. By the time we reached the top 10, the nation was in a state of collective, melodic paralysis. TwAIn's observation. There is no logic to the musical taste of the public. If you gather 10 million people together and ask them to choose a leader, they will eventually pick a man who promises to lower their taxes. But if you ask them to choose a song, they will invariably pick something about a sugar-coated pony or a girl who has left them for a man with a faster car. In 1970, we were a nation that claimed to want a revolution, yet we spent our Saturday mornings listening to "I'll Be There" by the Jackson 5 for the 4,000th time. The long-distance dedication, a masterpiece of synthetic sobriety. Perhaps the most diabolical and brilliant feature of Kassam's program was the long-distance dedication. This was the moment where the music stopped. The background piano began to tinkle a melancholy tune, and Casey would read a letter from a listener in, say, Dubuque, Iowa. The letter would inevitably involve a tale of woe that would make a Victorian orphan weep with envy. A young man had gone off to the army. A young woman had moved to the city to find herself. A beloved family dog had been lost in a tragic encounter with a runaway laundry truck. And the only thing that could bridge the gap of this heartbreak was a 3-minute recording of a man singing about the moon in June. Casey would read these letters with a catch in his voice that suggested he was personally mourning the laundry truck dog. And then he would transition into the song with a seamlessness that would have made a professional mourner proud. It was a brilliant manipulation of the human tear duct. We were being sold sentimentality by the yard, and we stood in line with our wallets open. The soundtrack of the muddle, the music of 1970, as reflected in the top 40, was a schizophrenic delight. On one hand, you had the dying echoes of the psychedelic era, songs that sounded like they had been recorded in a room filled with purple smoke and very confused sitar players. On the other hand, you had the rise of soft rock, a genre of music designed for people who found the sound of an acoustic guitar to be a bit too aggressive. We had Simon and Garfunkel's "Bridge Over Troubled Water," a song of such majestic earnestness that it made everyone feel as though they were currently standing on a bridge, even if they were only standing in a kitchen waiting for the kettle to whistle. We had B.J. Thomas singing "Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head," a song that suggested that the solution to all of life's problems was a jaunty hat and a cheerful disregard for the weather. And then there were the Carpenters. In 1970, Karen and Richard Carpenter arrived to tell us that we long to be close to you. They were the sonic equivalent of a glass of lukewarm milk and a nap on a Sunday afternoon. In a world of riots and tear gas, the public fell upon the Carpenters like a desert traveler falls upon a cactus. It might be a bit bland, but it's wet, and it won't try to start a fight. The catchphrase, "a physical impossibility." Casey Kasem ended every broadcast with a signature sign-off that has since been etched into the granite of American culture. Keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars. Now, as a man who has studied the laws of physics and the limitations of the human anatomy, I have always found this advice to be profoundly troubling. To keep one's feet on the ground while reaching for the stars is a feat that requires either a telescopic arm of several million miles in length or a complete disregard for the structural integrity of the spinal column. It is a metaphor for the American dream. We want the security of the mud and the glory of the heavens, and we see no reason why we shouldn't have both at the same time. But in 1970, we needed that catchphrase. We needed someone to tell us that despite the chaos, there was still an order to things. There was still a number one. There was still a star to reach for. Even if we were currently standing in a puddle of spilled gasoline and discarded draft cards. The Legacy of the List. Casey Kasem's American Top 40 did more than just rank songs. It created a shared national vocabulary. On Monday morning, every teenager in the country knew exactly who had moved up with a bullet and who had dropped out of the chart into the cold, dark abyss of obscurity. It turned the pursuit of music into a competitive sport. It paved the way for a world where everything is a countdown. We now have the top 10 movies, the top 5 diets, and the top 100 ways to tell if your neighbor is actually a spy for a foreign power. We have surrendered our individual judgment to the power of the list. If a song is at number 1, we assume it is good, or at the very least, that so many other people are listening to it that we might as well join the herd. A final thought on the count. As you prepare to cross the threshold into the kingdom of sleep, imagine the steady rhythmic pulse of the radio dial. Imagine the voice of Casey Kasem coming to you from a distance of 50 years, telling you that the world is exactly as it should be, sorted, ranked, and ready for the next commercial break. The songs of 1970 are still playing in the attic of our collective memory. Karen Carpenter is still singing about birds appearing. Edwin Starr is still wondering what war is good for. The answer remains absolutely nothing. And Casey is still there, reminding us to keep our feet in the dirt and our hands in the clouds. Sleep well, knowing that your dreams have not yet been ranked by a committee in Los Angeles. You are currently at number 1 in the chart of your own consciousness, and there is no long-distance dedication required to tell you that you've survived another day of history. Good night, and as the man said, keep reaching, just try not to pull a muscle in the process. Chapter 15. The Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, a no-smoking sign in a gunpowder factory. It is a curious and enduring trait of the human animal that he is never so preoccupied with the preservation of peace as when he has just finished inventing a more efficient way to blow his neighbor into the next county. We have progressed with a speed that would make a cheetah look like a paralytic, from the humble stone to the sharpened bronze, then to the musket, and finally to the great atomic firework, a device so magnificent in its destructive capacity that it has rendered the old-fashioned face-to-face duel as obsolete as the spinning wheel. By the year 1970, mankind had spent 25 years living in the shadow of the bomb. We had built enough of these metallic doomsday whistles to turn the entire planet into a scorched, radioactive cinder 10 times over. And then, having realized that perhaps we were overdoing it, we decided that the best way to ensure our continued survival was to gather in a room in Geneva and sign a piece of paper. On March 5, 1970, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, officially went into effect. It was a grand diplomatic gesture, the international equivalent of 5 professional bank robbers standing on a street corner and lecturing a group of choir boys on the moral necessity of keeping their hands out of other people's pockets. The theology of the have-nots. The NPT was built upon a foundation of such staggering hypocrisy that it bordered on the miraculous. The world was divided into 2 distinct classes of citizens, the nuclear weapon states and the rest of you. The Big Five, the United States, the Soviet Union, Great Britain, France, and China, had already secured their seats at the table. They had the toys, they had the silos, and they had the buttons. The treaty essentially said, "We have reached the pinnacle of explosive perfection. It is a dangerous, terrifying burden that we alone shall bear. To protect you from the temptation of such power, we hereby forbid you from ever trying to make one for yourselves. You are welcome. It was a grand bargain. The non-nuclear nations promised never to acquire the bomb, and in exchange, the Big Five promised two things. First, that they would share the secrets of peaceful nuclear energy, which is like promising to share the secrets of a controlled forest fire, and second, that they would eventually, at some vague, unspecified point in the future when the lions began to lie down with the lambs, give up their own weapons. TwAIn's observation, "There is nothing quite so heartwarming as a man with a loaded shotgun telling a man with a pea shooter that violence is never the answer." We signed the treaty with a straight face, while our factories continued to churn out warheads with the rhythmic devotion of a grandmother knitting socks for the winter. It was a pledge of temperance signed by a man who was currently holding a bottle of whiskey in each hand and a third in his teeth. The peaceful atom, boiling tea with a sun. One of the more charming delusions of the year 1970 was the concept of the peaceful atom. We were told that the same terrifying force that had leveled Hiroshima could be harnessed to do the domestic chores of civilization. We were promised nuclear-powered ships, nuclear-powered planes, and perhaps even nuclear-powered vacuum cleaners that would never need to be emptied because they would simply vaporize the dust. The NPT promised to help the have-not nations build nuclear power plants. It was the diplomatic version of giving a child a box of matches and telling him he can use them to look for his lost marble in the dark, provided he promises not to light the curtains on fire. We spoke of atomic gardening, using radiation to mutate plants into giant, superproductive versions of themselves. We imagined a world where a single tomato could feed a family of 4 for a week, provided the family didn't mind if the tomato glowed faintly in the dark or occasionally hummed a low-frequency tune. It was an era of technological optimism that had completely forgotten that whenever man is given a new source of energy, his first instinct is to see if he can use it to knock a hole in his neighbor's fence. The inspectors, scientists in the hen house. To ensure that no one was cheating, the treaty empowered the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, to conduct inspections. This involved sending a group of earnest gentlemen in lab coats and thick-rimmed glasses to wander around foreign laboratories, sniffing the air for the scent of enriched uranium. It was a noble endeavor, but one fraught with the usual human complications. To inspect a nation's nuclear program is to engage in a high-stakes game of hide the sausage. A nation might tell the inspectors, "This large, vibrating, lead-lined building, oh, that's just a very advanced dairy farm. We are experimenting with centrifugal butter churning." The inspectors would nod, take their measurements, and hope for the best. It was a system built entirely on trust but verify, which is a diplomatic way of saying, "I believe you are lying, and I am going to bring a Geiger counter to your birthday party just to be sure." The Cold War politeness. The most remarkable thing about the NPT in 1970 was that the United States and the Soviet Union actually agreed on it. At a time when we were glaring at each other across the Iron Curtain and fighting proxy wars in every jungle and desert we could find, we both reached the same conclusion. The only thing worse than our enemy having the bomb was everyone having the bomb. It was a rare moment of bilateral sanity. We realized that if every minor prince, every two-bit dictator, and every disgruntled revolutionary group had access to the great firework, the game of global chess would become a game of global hot potato. So, Mr. Nixon and Mr. Brezhnev shook hands, metaphorically as they were still quite busy trying to outspy each other, and agreed to keep the club exclusive. It was the ultimate old boys network. We might want to destroy each other, but we certainly didn't want any newcomers ruining the neighborhood. The dissenters, the guests who refused to sign. Naturally, not everyone was eager to join this exclusive club of the disarmed. A few nations looked at the NPT and saw not a treaty for peace, but a treaty for eternal subservience. Israel, India, and Pakistan, nations that lived in neighborhoods where the word neighborly usually involved a tank, declined to sign. They looked at the Big Five and said, "We see your shotgun, we hear your lecture, and we think we'll just keep working on our own firecrackers. Thank you very much." Their refusal was a thorn in the side of the 1970 diplomats. It reminded everyone that a global treaty is only as strong as the people who are willing to ignore their own survival instincts. You can pass a law against rain, but you shouldn't be surprised when people still carry umbrellas. A legacy of perpetual postponement. As the years have rolled on since 1970, the NPT has become a permanent fixture of our world, a no-smoking sign that has been yellowed by the very smoke it was meant to prevent. The Big Five still have their bombs. In fact, they have made them much smaller, much faster, and much more capable of being delivered to a person's doorstep with the precision of a morning newspaper. The promise of total disarmament remains a beautiful, shimmering mirage on the horizon, a place we are always walking toward but never quite reaching. We have succeeded in keeping the number of nuclear nations relatively small, which is a victory of sorts. We have avoided the great conflagration for another 50 years, mostly because everyone is terrified that the first person to throw a punch will also be the last person to breathe. Final thought. We live in a world governed by the balance of terror. It is a delicate, precarious equilibrium, like a group of men standing in a basement filled with gasoline, each holding a single match and promising not to strike it. As you settle into your blankets, take comfort in the fact that the Treaty of 1970 is still in effect. The inspectors are still inspecting, the diplomats are still deploring, and the peaceful atom is still mostly used to boil water for our morning coffee. We haven't quite learned to live without the bomb, but we have learned to live with it, which is the specialty of the human race. We can get used to anything, even the end of the world, provided it doesn't happen before we've had our dinner. Sleep well and try not to dream of centrifuges. The world is still here, the paper is still signed, and the firecrackers are still in the shed, waiting for a day that we all hope will never come. But until then, it's a very quiet night, and the stars are perfectly safe. Chapter 16. The Midterm Elections, the Biennial Purgation of the Rascals. It is a peculiar and enduring feature of the American character that we possess a shorter memory than a mayfly and a greater capacity for disappointment than a man who buys a genuine gold watch from a stranger on a foggy pier. Having spent the better part of 2 years convincing ourselves that the government is a den of thieves and the president is a well-meaning but fundamentally confused uncle, we decide that the only rational solution is to hold a massive, nationwide festival of paperwork called a midterm election. The midterm is a strange piece of political theater. It is the halftime show of a 4-year tragedy, a moment when the public is invited to throw tomatoes at the actors without actually being allowed to change the lead. In November of 1970, the United States engaged in this ritual with a ferocity that suggested we believed, for the 10,000th time, that if we just swapped out one set of rascals for a slightly different set of rascals, the sun would shine brighter and the bills would pay themselves. The myth of the silent majority. The primary architect of the 1970 campaign was Mr. Richard Nixon, a man who viewed politics as a species of high-stakes poker played in a room where he suspected all the cards were marked and the dealer was his personal enemy. Nixon had spent the year invoking a mysterious entity known as the silent majority. Now, in the history of human superstition, there has never been a more convenient ghost than the silent majority. It is a politician's dream. If a man is silent, you can attribute to him any opinion you find most useful at the moment. You can claim he loves the status quo, hates the youth, and harbors a secret, burning desire to see the price of stamps remain at 6 cents. Because he never says anything, he can never contradict you. The 1970 election was Nixon's attempt to rouse this sleeping giant. He wanted to prove that for every long-haired youth shouting in the streets about peace and brotherhood, there were 10 sensible men in Ohio who were more concerned about the height of their neighbor's lawn and the increasing audacity of the local tax assessor. Spiro Agnew, the alliterative hatchet man. To stir up this majority, Nixon unleashed his vice president, Mr. Spiro Agnew. If Nixon was the brooding captain of the ship, Agnew was the man sent below decks with a heavy wrench to encourage the crew. Agnew possessed a talent for the English language that was as magnificent as it was terrifying. He did not merely criticize his opponents, he marinated them in a brine of 5-syllable insults. He was the man who gave us the nattering nabobs of negativism, the pusillanimous pussyfoots, and the hopeless, hysterical hypochondriacs of history. He toured the country like a traveling preacher at a revival for the grumpy. He told the people that the country was being destroyed by effete snobs and intellectual radicals. It was a brilliant strategy. By telling the average citizen that the people who went to college were looking down on them, he ensured that the average citizen would vote for the man who promised to keep the colleges under lock and key. TwAIn's observation: there is nothing so effective in politics as a well-placed insult. A man will forget a logical argument about the economy within 10 minutes, but he will cherish the memory of a politician, calling his neighbor a nattering nabob, until the day he dies. Agnew was the master of the vocal shillelagh, hitting everyone in sight with words that sounded like they had been stolen from the back of a particularly aggressive dictionary. The platform of law and order. The theme of the 1970 election was law and order. Now, law and order is a phrase that everyone agrees with in principle, much like honesty or fresh air. No one ever runs on a platform of anarchy and chaos, though the youth of 1970 were doing their best to make it look like a viable alternative. But in the mouth of a politician in 1970, law and order was code. It meant, I am going to stop those people from shouting in the streets. It meant, I am going to make sure the world looks exactly like it did in 1954, even if I have to use a battalion of National Guardsmen to do it. The country was on edge. The events at Kent State earlier in the year had left a jagged wound in the national psyche. The generation gap had become a canyon filled with tear gas and resentment. The election became a referendum on whether or not you were terrified of your own children. If you were, you voted Republican. If you were one of the children, you likely didn't vote at all, preferring to spend your Tuesday morning composing a very long, very confusing poem about the death of the soul, the ritual of the lever. On election day, the American public trudged to the polls. In 1970, we did not have the digital touchscreens or the optical scanners of the future, devices that allow us to lose our votes with a speed and efficiency that would have baffled our ancestors. No, we had the voting machine. A 1970 voting machine was a massive industrial cabinet that looked like it had been designed by the same people who built the engines for the Titanic. You stepped inside, pulled a heavy red lever that closed a curtain behind you, granting you a moment of privacy that was as fleeting as a politician's promise, and faced a wall of small silver switches. The sound of a 1970 polling place was the sound of 100 tiny metal clicks. It was the sound of a democracy being operated by a giant typewriter. When you were finished, you pulled the large lever back, the machine let out a triumphant clunk, and you stepped out into the daylight, feeling a profound sense of civic virtue that would last until the evening news started reporting the results. The math of the muddle. When the dust settled and the last lever had been pulled, the results were a masterpiece of ambiguity. The Democrats kept control of the House of Representatives and the Senate. In any other era, this would be considered a defeat for the party in the White House. But Mr. Nixon, being a man of infinite creative imagination, declared it a victory. He claimed that because the liberal wing of the opposition had been weakened, he had achieved a moral majority. It was a classic political maneuver. If you don't like the numbers, change the definition of the game. It's like a man losing a horse race but claiming he won because his horse looked the most dignified while coming in fourth. The Democrats, for their part, claimed they had won because they hadn't lost as much as they expected to. TwAIn's observation: politics is the only profession where two men can look at the same set of figures and conclude that they both have a mandate from the Almighty to ignore the other's existence. In 1970, we spent several $100 million to move the furniture around the room without actually changing the floor plan. We ended up exactly where we started, only with a bit more gray hair and a much higher level of blood pressure. The birth of the modern campaign. 1970 was also the year that television truly took over the election. We saw the first great blizzard of political commercials, short, punchy films that use music and lighting to convince you that the opposing candidate was likely a secret agent for a foreign power who spent his weekends kicking puppies. We learned that you didn't need to have a platform. You only needed to have a vibe. You didn't need to explain your tax policy. You only needed to film yourself walking through a wheat field with a golden retriever while a narrator with a deep, trustworthy voice spoke about the American way. It was the beginning of the end of the stump speech and the beginning of the reign of the 30-second soundbite. We were being sold congressmen with the same techniques used to sell dish soap and underarm deodorant. And why not? They were both intended to provide a superficial sense of cleanliness while leaving the underlying mess largely untouched. A legacy of grudging stability. As the year 1970 wound down, the new Congress prepared to take its seat. The rascals had been purged, or at least shuffled, and the great machinery of government prepared to resume its leisurely crawl toward the future. We had survived the midterms. We had proven that despite the riots, the bombs, and the polyester leisure suits, we were still a nation that believed in the power of the ballot box, even if we only used it to express our collective confusion. Final thought. We are a species that loves to choose, even when the choices are between ineffective and indifferent. 1970 gave us a chance to air our grievances, to shout at the screen, and to pull the lever of destiny. As you settle into your pillows tonight, imagine that great red lever. Imagine the click, click, click of a nation making up its mind. You are safe from the rhetoric now. The commercials have faded, the posters are peeling off the telephone poles, and the nattering nabobs have gone to bed. The government is still there, of course, doing whatever it is that governments do in the middle of the night, likely inventing a new way to tax the air or a more complicated form for the reporting of income. But that is a problem for tomorrow. Tonight, you are a member of the only majority that truly matters, the one that is currently fast asleep. Sleep well, and try not to dream of Spiro Agnew. He's out of alliteration for the evening, and the effete snobs have all gone home to read their poetry in peace. Chapter 17. The End of the Gold Standard, almost, the Great Paper Swindle. There is no occupation quite so dear to the heart of mankind as the ancient and venerable art of the swindle. We have spent our entire history trying to convince one another that a thing is worth more than it actually is. From the first caveman who traded a cracked flint for a prime mammoth steak, to the modern gentleman who sells Florida swampland to a man who has never seen water that wasn't in a bathtub. But the greatest, most majestic, and most successful swindle of all time is the invention of money. For several centuries, we operated under a system of primitive honesty. If you wanted to buy a horse, you gave a man a piece of gold. The gold was heavy, it was yellow, and if you bid it with sufficient enthusiasm, you could leave a mark. It was a tangible thing. It was the Earth's own currency. But by the year 1970, the United States of America, a nation that has never met a debt it couldn't postpone, realized that having to actually possess the gold before you spent it was a terrible inconvenience to the progress of the age. The result was the slow, agonizing collapse of the gold standard, a process that reached its boiling point in 1970 and finally evaporated in 1971. It was the moment we decided that wealth was no longer a matter of minerals, but a matter of faith, a transition that turned the U.S. Treasury into the largest church in the world, where the only requirement for membership was a willingness to believe that a piece of green paper was just as good as a bar of bullion. The theology of the Yellow Rock. To understand the crisis of 1970, one must first appreciate the peculiar lunacy of our devotion to gold. Since the time of the pharaohs, we have been obsessed with this particular metal. It is not especially useful for anything practical. You cannot make a good plow out of it. It is too soft for a sword. And it is a poor choice for a frying pan. Its primary value resides in the fact that it is shiny and there isn't very much of it. After the Second World War, the nations of the world gathered at a place called Bretton Woods. They were tired of the old world chaos where every country's currency was as stable as a house of cards in a hurricane. They decided that the U.S. dollar would be the anchor of the world. The dollar was pegged to gold at exactly $35 an ounce, and every other currency was pegged to the dollar. It was a grand, stable, and remarkably tidy arrangement. If you had $35, you could walk into the Federal Reserve, slap them on the counter, and demand an ounce of the shiny yellow stuff. The world believed in the dollar because the world believed the Americans had enough gold in their basement to satisfy every man, woman, and child who might suddenly decide they wanted to hoard metal. The 1970 squeeze, spending the rent money. By 1970, however, the basement was looking a bit thin. The United States had been spending money with the frantic energy of a sailor on a 48-hour leave in a port town filled with temptations. We were fighting a war in Vietnam that cost more than a small planet. We were building great society programs to fix every ill from poverty to bad manners. And we were trying to send men to the moon just to see if the view was any better. We were printing dollars as fast as the presses could groan. Consequently, there were billions more dollars floating around the world than there was gold in Fort Knox to back them up. The world began to notice. In 1970, the smart money, which is usually the money owned by the French or the Swiss, began to get nervous. They looked at the mountain of paper we had sent them in exchange for their wine and their cheese, and they began to wonder if the Americans were actually good for it. They started doing something that the U.S. government considered to be in very poor taste. They started asking for their gold back. The Great Gold Drain, the French Insurrection. The leader of this fiscal rebellion was the French. Under General de Gaulle and his successors, the French had developed a hobby of collecting U.S. dollars and immediately turning them back into gold. They would send ships across the Atlantic loaded with paper and send them back loaded with heavy bars of bullion. It was a slow-motion run on the bank. In 1970, the gold drain became a literal flood. Every time the interest rates moved or a politician in Washington made a speech, another crate of gold was hauled out of the vault and sent overseas. TwAIn's observation: there is nothing so fragile as a man's reputation for wealth. As long as everyone believes you are rich, you can live like a king on credit. But the moment one man asks to see the contents of your safe, the entire neighborhood starts looking at you with a suspicious eye. By 1970, the world was knocking on Uncle Sam's door, and Uncle Sam was currently hiding under the bed, trying to remember where he had put the key to the vault. The alchemy of the Nixon shock. The crisis reached its peak in the months leading up to August 1971, but the rot was the defining theme of 1970. We were trying to maintain the fiction of $35. We were telling the world that everything was fine, while secretly wondering if we could convince the public that silver or perhaps copper or even very sturdy seashells was actually more valuable than gold. Eventually, Mr. Nixon realized that the game was up. He saw that if the gold drain continued, the United States would be left with nothing but an empty vault and a very large collection of unused printing plates. He decided to perform a feat of economic alchemy that would have made a medieval wizard weep with envy. He didn't fix the problem. He didn't stop the spending. He didn't even buy more gold. Instead, he simply closed the gold window. He told the world, "We still have the gold, and you still have the dollars, but we've decided to stop trading. The dollar is now worth whatever we say it is, and if you don't like it, you can try using your own paper." This was the birth of fiat money. Fiat is a Latin word meaning "let it be done," which is the linguistic equivalent of a magician saying "ta-da." It meant that the dollar was no longer backed by a rock. It was backed by the full faith and credit of the United States. The logistics of faith. Now, full faith and credit is a lovely phrase, but it is remarkably difficult to weigh. You cannot bite full faith and credit. You cannot melt it down to make a necklace. It is a purely psychological construct. By moving off the gold standard, we essentially turned the entire global economy into a game of musical chairs, where the music never stops, and everyone is carrying a handful of "I owe us" from a man who is notoriously bad at keeping track of his debts. The immediate result was inflation. Because there was no longer any physical limit on how many dollars could be printed, we decided to print them in quantities that would have baffled a mathematician. Prices began to rise with the enthusiasm of a helium balloon. The price of bread, the price of gasoline, and the price of a decent cigar all began to climb toward the heavens, seeking a summit they have yet to find. The paradox of the pocket. In 1970, the American citizen began to realize that his money was shrinking. It wasn't that the bills were getting smaller in size, it was that they were losing their oomph. A $10 bill that could buy a feast on Monday could only buy a snack by the following Thursday. We became a nation of hedgers. We started buying things, anythings, just to get rid of our paper before it lost more value. We bought land, we bought art, and we even started buying gold again at much higher prices, proving that mankind's faith in a yellow rock is far more durable than his faith in a government's promise. The stability of the post-war world was gone. We entered the era of floating exchange rates, which is a polite way of saying that the value of your money depends entirely on how the world feels about you on any given Tuesday morning. If the world thinks you're doing well, your paper is valuable. If the world thinks you are a nattering nabob of negativism, your paper is only good for wrapping fish. A legacy of invisible wealth. As we look back at the fiscal sorcery of 1970, we see that it was the moment we finally abandoned the real world for the digital world, even though the digital part wouldn't arrive for another decade. We moved from things to symbols. We have lived with this paper promise ever since. We have grown accustomed to the idea that our wealth is just a series of numbers in a ledger or a collection of green slips with portraits of dead presidents on them. We no longer ask for the gold, we just ask for more paper. Final thought. We are a species that lives on credit. We believe in tomorrow because we have already spent today's earnings. 1970 was the year we officially declared that the future was our greatest asset, and we have been borrowing against it with a relentless, cheerful desperation ever since. As you drift into the realm of dreams, a place where the currency is even more ephemeral than a U.S. dollar, Take comfort in the fact that your full faith and credit is still worth something in the kingdom of sleep. You don't need gold to dream of riches. You only need a bit of imagination and a quiet room. The vaults at Fort Knox may be dusty, and the gold window may be closed, but the dream window is always open. And in your dreams, at least, the inflation rate is exactly 0, and the cigars are always top shelf. Sleep well, and try not to think about the national debt. It's far too heavy a burden for a man in his pajamas. And besides, we've already decided that it isn't real anyway. It's just a very large number on a very long piece of paper. Chapter 18. The PBS Debut, Opera for the Masses and Puppets for the Soul. It has been a long-standing and rather pathetic ambition of the better sort of people to take the common man, a creature who is perfectly happy with a cold beverage, a warm pipe, and a spirited game of horseshoes, and forcibly improve him. This process, usually referred to as edification, involves taking a man who wants to hear a fiddle tune and making him listen to a 4-hour German opera about a depressed Rhine maiden, or taking a child who wants to climb a tree and making him sit in a dark room to learn the names of various extinct ferns. By the year 1970, the great American wasteland, otherwise known as television, had become a shimmering sea of detergent commercials, horse operas, and game shows where people were rewarded with a new toaster for knowing the capital of Delaware. The intellectuals were aghast. They looked at this electronic hearth and saw not a marvel of science, but a boob tube that was slowly turning the national brain into a lukewarm bowl of tapioca. Consequently, on October 5, 1970, the United States government and a collection of philanthropic millionaires decided to launch the Public Broadcasting Service, or PBS. It was a grand experiment designed to see if the American public could be lured away from the Beverly Hillbillies by the promise of British accents, educational puppets, and a woman in a large apron who appeared to be engaged in a wrestling match with a dead duck. The architecture of the uplift. To understand PBS, one must first understand what it replaced. NET, National Educational Television. NET was a somber gray affair that broadcasted programs with titles like The History of the Piling of Bricks or A Brief Introduction to the Subjunctive Mood in Low German. It was educational in the same way that a lecture on the structural integrity of a fence post is educational. It was factual, it was necessary, and it was a more effective sedative than a quart of laudanum. PBS was intended to be something different. It was intended to be cultural. Now, culture is a word that usually implies a thing that is too boring to be popular, but too expensive to be ignored. The architects of PBS believed that if they could just wrap the education in a bit of velvet, or perhaps deliver it through the mouth of a felt monster, the public might actually swallow it without gagging. It was the first television network that didn't want to sell you anything, except, of course, the idea that you were a much more sophisticated person for watching it. It was the only place on the dial where a man could go from watching a documentary on the social life of the honeybee to watching a man in a tuxedo play the cello for 45 minutes without interruption. The psychedelic alphabet, the reign of the street. While the grown-ups were being treated to the cello, the children were being subjected to the most magnificent and baffling piece of social engineering ever devised, Sesame Street. Although it had begun a year earlier on net, it found its true permanent home on PBS in 1970. Sesame Street was a program that operated on the radical theory that a child's attention span is roughly equivalent to that of a hummingbird on a caffeine bender. It used the techniques of the very commercials it claimed to despise, the fast cuts, the catchy jingles, the bright colors, to sell the alphabet. But it did so through a cast of characters that would have been rejected by any sane asylum. You had a giant 8-foot-tall yellow bird who suffered from a persistent case of existential confusion, a man named Oscar who lived in a trash can and appeared to be a mascot for the nattering nabobs of negativism, and two gentlemen named Bert and Ernie who lived together in a state of perpetual domestic bickering over the proper way to use a rubber ducky. TwAIn's observation. There is something profoundly American about using a manic-depressive frog to teach a toddler how to count to 10. We turned the classroom into a carnival, and we did it with such charm that even the parents sat there, mesmerized by the sight of a blue monster eating his own weight in cookies while explaining the difference between near and far. It was a triumph of the absurd over the academic. The French chef, gastronomy as a contact sport. For the adults, 1970-era PBS offered a woman named Julia Child. To watch the French chef was to witness a force of nature that had accidentally been trapped in a kitchen. Julia Child was a woman of impressive stature and a voice that sounded like a very enthusiastic flute being played in a wind tunnel. She did not merely cook. She engaged in a spirited, often violent dialogue with her ingredients. She would seize a side of beef with the grip of a lumberjack and lecture it on its shortcomings. She would whisk eggs with a ferocity that suggested the eggs had recently insulted her family honor. She was the first celebrity chef, but she was entirely devoid of the polished plastic artificiality of the modern television personality. If she dropped a potato on the floor, she picked it up, dusted it off, and told the audience, "Remember, you are alone in the kitchen." It was an admission of human fallibility that endeared her to a nation of housewives who were currently trying to figure out why their soufflés looked like a punctured bicycle tire. Masterpiece Theater, the British invasion of the mind. In late 1970, PBS began preparing for the debut of Masterpiece Theater, which would officially arrive in early '71. This was the network's masterstroke. They realized that the American public possesses a deep-seated, irrational respect for any person who speaks as though they have a small, very hot marble tucked into their cheek. By importing dramas from the BBC, PBS convinced us that quality was something that only happened in England, preferably in a house with at least 45 rooms and a butler who looked like he had been carved out of a very old piece of oak. We sat in our suburban living rooms, wearing our polyester trousers and eating our TV dinners, and we watched the interpersonal dramas of the British aristocracy with a rapt attention we never gave to our own neighbors. It gave us the mini-series, a form of storytelling that allowed a plot to unfold with the leisurely pace of a glacier, ensuring that we would be back next week to find out if the Earl had finally realized that his governess was actually a Russian spy. The viewers like you trap. The most distinctive feature of PBS, however, was not its content, but its bank account. Unlike the commercial networks, which were funded by the manufacturers of cigarettes and station wagons, PBS was funded by grants, foundations, and that most elusive and unreliable of sources, viewers like you. This led to the invention of the pledge drive, a period of several weeks during which the regular programming was interrupted every 10 minutes by a group of very earnest people sitting behind a bank of telephones. They would look directly into the camera and inform you that if you didn't call right now and pledge $20, the giant yellow bird would be turned into a feather duster and the British butler would be forced to find honest work. It was a form of polite, highbrow extortion. We were told that commercial television was free because it sold our souls to the advertisers, but public television was a bargain because it only required us to pay for it twice, once through our taxes and once through a voluntary contribution that usually earned us a tote bag with the PBS logo on it. Final thought. We are a species that loves to feel important, even if we are only watching a puppet explain the letter Q. 1970 gave us a way to be better without having to actually read a book. We could sit on our sofas, turn on the educational channel, and feel a warm glow of intellectual superiority while the kids learned that C is for cookie. As you drift towards sleep tonight, imagine the calm, reassuring voice of a PBS narrator explaining the mating habits of the North American caribou. Picture Julia Child waving a rolling pin at a pile of dough, and Bert and Ernie finally settling their differences over the placement of a paperclip collection. You are a cultured soul. You have supported viewers like you. You have survived the opera. You have tolerated the cello, and you have learned that the boob tube can on occasion be a philosopher's stone, turning a dull Tuesday evening into a grand educational adventure. Sleep well, and don't worry about the tote bag. It's in the mail right behind the sunrise. Chapter 19. The Kansas City Chiefs win Super Bowl IV. The upstart's last laugh. It is a peculiar and enduring genius of the American people that we can take a perfectly innocent game of catch, involve a collection of 300-pound gentlemen encased in plastic shells, and turn it into a religious experience of such staggering intensity that the very foundations of the Republic seem to tremble. We have always harbored a secret, burning desire for the arena, a place where we can watch our neighbors engage in a species of sanctioned mayhem while we sit in a comfortable chair, consuming salted snacks and shouting instructions at a television set that cannot hear us. By January of 1970, this national madness had coalesced into an event called the Super Bowl. At the time, it was still a relatively new invention, the fourth of its kind, and it carried with it all the dignified solemnity of a marriage between two families who cordially detest one another. You had the NFL, the National Football League, which represented the old guard, the establishment, and the kind of men who believed that a necktie should be worn even during a house fire. And then you had the AFL, the American Football League, a collection of upstarts, misfits, and flamboyant dreamers who played the game with a reckless enthusiasm that the NFL considered to be in very poor taste. The 1970 game was to be the final confrontation before these two warring tribes officially merged into one giant bureaucratic monopoly. It was the last chance for the AFL to prove it wasn't just a circus for the amusement of the board, and it was the Kansas City Chiefs, a team from my own beloved Missouri, who were sent into the lion's den of New Orleans to prove that a man from the Midwest can be just as formidable as a Norse god, provided he has the right coaching and a sufficient supply of adrenaline. The architecture of the upset. The opponents were the Minnesota Vikings. Now, in 1970, the Vikings were not merely a football team. They were a legend of the frozen North. They were known as the Purple People Eaters, a name that suggests they spent their Tuesday afternoons devouring innocent villagers and their Sunday mornings destroying anyone who dared to stand on a field of grass with them. They were led by a gentleman named Bud Grant, a man whose facial expressions were so rare and so subtle that it was rumored he had once been carved out of a block of Norwegian pine. The Vikings were favored to win by 13 points. To the experts in New York and Chicago, the Kansas City Chiefs were merely a collection of colorful characters who had accidentally wandered onto the wrong stage. They were the underdogs, the little brothers, the team that was expected to provide a respectable amount of resistance before being ceremoniously flattened by the Minnesota Steamroller. But the Chiefs possessed a secret weapon, a man named Hank Stram. Hank Stram, the sideline sorcerer. Hank Stram was a man who understood that football is not just a game, it is a theatrical production. He was a small, dapper gentleman who wore a blazer on the sidelines in the sweltering humidity of New Orleans and carried a rolled-up play sheet as if it were a royal scepter. He possessed a voice that could cut through the roar of 80,000 people like a foghorn in a library, and he had a mind that worked with the intricate clicking precision of a Swiss watchmaker. For Super Bowl IV, Stram did something revolutionary. He allowed himself to be mic'd up. For the first time, the American public could hear the inner workings of a coach's brain. We heard him refer to his players as "my boy." We heard him mock the Vikings' defense as Casper the Friendly Ghost, and we heard him call the most famous play in the history of the franchise 65 toss power trap. TwAIn's observation: there is nothing so dangerous as a man who knows he is being recorded and decides to be a hero anyway. Stram didn't just coach a game, he narrated it. He turned a tactical struggle into a comedy of errors for the Vikings, proving that a sharp tongue and a clever play call are far more effective than 100 pounds of muscle and a grim expression. He treated the Vikings like a group of bewildered tourists who had lost their way in a Missouri cornfield. The scandal of the cigar, the Len Dawson affair. The drama of 1970 was not confined to the field. 5 days before the game, a rumor began to circulate that the Chiefs quarterback, Len Dawson, was somehow involved in a gambling scandal. It was the sort of news that traveled across our country like a prairie fire, fast, hot, and largely composed of smoke. Dawson, a man who possessed the calm, steady temperament of a riverboat pilot navigating a particularly treacherous stretch of the Mississippi, found himself at the center of a national whirlwind. He was being followed by federal agents, his name was being dragged through the headlines, and the weight of the entire AFL was sitting on his shoulders. Most men would have crumbled. Most men would have taken to their beds with a case of the vapors. But Len Dawson was made of sterner stuff. He spent the night before the game in his hotel room, not worrying about the feds, but studying his playbooks. When he walked onto the field at TwAIn Stadium, he looked like a man who had already seen the end of the movie and was simply waiting for everyone else to catch up. The game. Mud, muscle, and the power trap. The conditions in New Orleans were, to put it mildly, Missouri-esque. It was humid, it was overcast, and the field was a collection of damp grass and shifting mud. It was the perfect environment for a struggle. The Vikings' defense, those people-eaters, lined up with the intention of making short work of the Kansas City offense. But the Chiefs didn't play proper football. They used interlocking formations. They shifted their linemen around like a group of shell game artists at a county fair. And they ran the ball directly into the heart of the Minnesota Monster. The 65-toss power trap worked with the perfection of a well-oiled guillotine. Mike Garrett, the Chiefs' running back, disappeared into a forest of purple jerseys and emerged on the other side, scampering into the end zone while the Vikings looked around as if they had just been pickpocketed by a ghost. By halftime, the score was 16-0. The world was in a state of shock. The Vikings' offense, led by a quarterback named Joe Kapp, a man who played football as if it were a barroom brawl, couldn't move the ball 10 yards without tripping over their own feet or being introduced to the New Orleans sod by a member of the Chiefs' defense. The halftime extravaganza, a riot of nonsense. One cannot discuss a Super Bowl without mentioning the halftime show, an institution designed to ensure that the audience never has a moment of quiet reflection. In 1970, we had not yet reached the era of pop stars and laser beams. Instead, we had a Battle of New Orleans reenactment. There were hot air balloons, there were marching bands, there were people dressed as 19th century soldiers firing muskets that emitted clouds of white smoke. It was a magnificent, chaotic display of historical inaccuracy and sheer, unadulterated noise. It was the perfect metaphor for the year 1970. We were trying to celebrate the past while the present was currently being tackled by a 250-pound linebacker. The final toll, Missouri's glory. When the final whistle blew, the score was Kansas City 23, Minnesota 7. The AFL had won its second Super Bowl in a row. The upstarts had beaten the establishment. The Vikings had been eaten by the very people they intended to devour. Len Dawson was named the game's most valuable player. He celebrated by lighting a large cigar and sitting on a bench in the locker room, looking for all the world like a man who had just finished a particularly satisfying day of trout fishing. He had beaten the rumors, he had beaten the Vikings, and he had secured the legacy of his league. In Kansas City, the celebration was of such a magnitude that it likely could have been heard in St. Louis. Had the wind been blowing in the right direction, it was a moment of profound civic pride. For one day at least, the center of the sporting universe was not New York or Los Angeles, but a city on the edge of the plains that was best known for its cattle and its jazz. The legacy of the trap. The victory of the Chiefs in 1970 was the final told you so of the AFL. It paved the way for the merger that created the NFL as we know it today, a giant, multi-billion-dollar machine that dominates the American winter like a benevolent, armor-clad king. But we lost something in the merger. We lost the Wild West spirit of the AFL. We lost the era of the $100,000 contract and the $5 cigar. We entered the era of the corporate franchise, where every team looks like a subsidiary of a major bank and every player has a public relations representative. Final thought. We are a nation that loves a winner, especially if the winner started out as a loser. 1970 gave us the ultimate version of that story. It gave us a team from Missouri that proved that if you have a clever coach, a calm quarterback, and a power trap, you can conquer the world, or at least the part of it that wears purple. As you drift toward sleep, imagine the roar of the crowd in New Orleans, half a century ago. Picture Hank Stram in his blazer shouting, "Keep matriculating the ball down the field, boys." Imagine Len Dawson, cool and collected, throwing a pass through the humid air. You are a champion tonight. You have survived the season, you have dodged the scandals, and you are currently sitting on a 23-point lead over the anxieties of your own life. The game is over, the trophy is yours, and the victory parade begins at dawn. Sleep well and try not to dream of 65 toss power traps. Unless, of course, you're currently trying to navigate your way through a particularly difficult dream, in which case I highly recommend it. It works every time. Chapter 20, New Year's Eve, 1970, Toasting the Survival of the Fittest and the Most Foolish. It is a grand and recurring superstition of the human race that by the mere act of staying awake until midnight and consuming a quantity of fermented grape juice, we can somehow persuade the universe to reset its moral compass. We act as though the Earth, in its weary and wobbling orbit, cares a whit for the fact that we have swapped out our desk calendars. We treat the transition from one year to the next as a profound spiritual renovation, when in reality it is merely the cosmic equivalent of a man turning his pillow over to the cool side and hoping his fever will break by morning. As the sun began to set on the 31st of December, 1970, the citizens of this great republic found themselves in a state of collective, polyester-clad exhaustion. We had spent 12 months being buffeted by the winds of change, the smoke of burning rivers, and the rhythmic sloshing of our own bedroom furniture. We had arrived at the end of the year not so much with a bang, but with a bewildered shrug. We gathered in our wood-paneled dens beneath the flickering glow of the boob tube to watch the ball drop in Times Square, a ritual that involves thousands of people standing in the cold to watch a giant light bulb fall down, which is a fairly accurate metaphor for the general direction of human progress. The year of the questionable why. If 1969 was the year we reached for the stars, then 1970 was the year we realized the stars were out of our price range and we'd likely have to settle for a used AMC Gremlin and a set of non-stick pans. It was a year that lacked the moral clarity of a crusade and the reckless joy of a carnival. It was, instead, a year of the muddle. We looked back upon the months we had just survived. We had seen the Beatles, those four lads who promised us that all you need is love, file for a divorce so bitter it made a Victorian probate court look like a strawberry social. We had seen three brave men hurl themselves at the moon, only to find that the moon was no vacancy, and their oxygen tank was on strike. We had discovered that the earth was a fragile thing, and we had celebrated this epiphany by burying perfectly good automobiles in the ground and covering our cities in Save the Planet pamphlets. We had seen the birth of Monday Night Football, an invention that ensured the American husband would remain as stationary as a decorative urn for at least one evening a week. We had seen the rise of the waterbed, a device that allowed us to experience the majesty of the high seas without the inconvenience of a boat or destination. It was, in short, a year of monumental absurdities, conducted with a level of unearned confidence that would have made a riverboat gambler blush. The costume of the calamity. On New Year's Eve, 1970, the American wardrobe reached its aesthetic nadir. If you were to walk into a party on that fateful night, your eyes would be assaulted by a riot of colors that appeared to have been chosen by a man suffering from a severe case of color blindness and a grudge against the concept of subtlety. The men were encased in leisure suits of harvest gold and avocado green, fabrics that possessed the shimmering luster of a beetle's wing and the breathability of a plastic bag. Their lapels were wide enough to serve as landing strips for a small aircraft, and their neckties were so broad they could have doubled as bibs for a particularly messy toddler. The women were draped in maxi skirts that swept the floor like a legion of denim janitors, or mini skirts that were so short they suggested the manufacturer had run out of fabric halfway through the hem. Everyone wore shoes with heels so high that a simple trip to the punch bowl was a feat of athletic daring. We walked through the night with a rhythmic clack-clack of wooden soles, looking for all the world like a parade of very tall, very confused flamingos. TwAIn's observation: there is no greater proof of the fallibility of the human mind than the fashion of the moment. We spend our lives dressing in a manner that will cause our grandchildren to weep with embarrassment, and we do it with a straight face and a sense of profound chic. By the stroke of midnight in 1970, the American people looked like they had been dressed by a committee of lunatics who had recently discovered the joys of petroleum-based textiles. The ritual of the resolution, the great annual lie. As the clock ticked toward 12, we engaged in the most ancient and dishonest of human traditions, the New Year's resolution. A resolution is a formal contract between a man and his conscience, usually witnessed only by a half-empty glass of gin, in which the man promises to become a creature of such immaculate virtue that even the angels would find him a bit dull. In 1971, we said, "I shall stop smoking." This was a bold promise in an era where the very air inside a living room was approximately 40% nicotine, and the filter tip was considered a major medical breakthrough. In 1971, we pledged, "I shall stop shouting at Howard Cosell." This was a physical impossibility. One does not simply stop shouting at Howard Cosell any more than one stops noticing a foghorn in one's bedroom. In 1971, we vowed, "I shall pay off the credit card and finally get rid of the waterbed." We made these promises with the sincerity of a man standing on a sinking ship promising to take up swimming lessons tomorrow. We knew, in our hearts, that by the 2nd of January, we would be back in our armchairs, surrounded by a cloud of smoke, wondering why the price of bread had gone up another nickel and why the age of Aquarius felt so much like the age of the persistent headache. The ball drops and the sun rises. At the stroke of midnight, Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadians played "Auld Lang Syne," a song whose lyrics are unknown to 99% of the population, but whose melody is designed to induce a state of profound, weeping nostalgia for things that never actually happened. We kissed our neighbors. We threw handfuls of colored paper into the air, conveniently forgetting that we were now supposed to be environmentalists. And we toasted to the future. And what was the future? The future was 1971. A year that promised more of the same, only with slightly longer sideburns and a bit more inflation. 1970 had been the zero year, the placeholder, the decade's opening act. It had set the stage for the long, strange trip that was to follow. We had survived the 60s, we had navigated the transition, and we were now officially residents of the me-decade, a period where we would spend the next 10 years looking in the mirror and wondering where we had left our car keys. The final reckoning of the Mark Twain. As a man who has lived through enough turns of the century to know that the calendar is a liar and the clock is a thief, I look back at 1970 with a mixture of pity and admiration. We were a race of people who could send a man to the moon and then lose him in his own living room because he couldn't figure out the remote control. We were a nation that wanted to save the world, but couldn't even save ourselves from the AMC Gremlin. History, my friends, is not a straight line. It is a circle that someone has accidentally stepped on. We continued to make the same mistakes, we continued to wear the same ridiculous hats, and we continue to believe that next year will be the one where we finally get it right. But there is a beauty in the folly. There is a majesty in our refusal to be sensible. 1970 was a year of magnificent Technicolor polyester failure, and I wouldn't trade it for a century of dull, predictable success. We lived, we laughed, we sloshed on our beds, and we survived. And in the end, that is all that can be asked of any year. Final thought for the night. As you drift into the first sleep of whatever year you currently find yourself in, take comfort in the fact that the ghosts of 1970 are still with us. They are in the click of your computer mouse, the hum of the EPA's regulations, and the faint, ghostly sound of Casey Kasem counting down the hits of your memory. You have reached the end of the book. The chapters are closed, the power trap has been sprung, and the long-distance dedication has finally been read. The 747 has landed, the Concorde has outrun the sun, and the Beatles are, in spirit at least, still asking us to let it be. Sleep well, citizens of the future. Try not to dream of bell-bottoms, for they are a heavy burden for the subconscious to bear. The sun will rise tomorrow, the calendar will have a new number, and we will all begin the grand, hilarious process of being wrong about everything all over again. And as always, keep your feet on the ground, but for heaven's sake, watch where you're stepping. The earth is a bit cluttered these days, and there's no telling what you might trip over in the dark. Good night, 1970. You were a confounded, magnificent mess, and I suspect we'll miss you once the hangover finally clears. The end. This has been Mark Twain.